giving you some insights how we have been doing the sustainability in our courses. I'll give you a couple of examples, and I hope that Shola can also share some of his courses, how he has been doing, just to give you some examples. But before I go into that, I still want to discuss a bit of the sustainability skills and competencies that we might have. And now I need to share the... Yeah, the Zoom is... Yeah, I'm here, just sharing. Sharing and actually I will put the desktop because then I can show other things as well.
Yep.
Share. Let's go here. Okay, so I saw the slides that were shown to you yesterday concerning the sustainability skills and competencies, and there was a lot of kind of a background stuff on this thing. Where I want to start is, let's see, come on, change, okay. When we are doing our course and program descriptions, we usually use different kinds of material as a background there to give the idea that what kind of a content we need to have in our programs and how we should be doing those things. So what are the learning outcomes as such? Here is a set of books that I will go through pretty quickly as such, in such a way that showing that, hey, these things have somehow been affecting how, for example, in our university, these things are done. But first, some terminology issues. We were discussing already during our breakfast that when we are, me and Birgit in the Nordic countries, we are saying about the, saying a course. Course is a kind of single. Some people are calling that a module. That's a kind of one element of teaching where you get some points. And when you have the full curricula or program, then the UK people are calling that as a course. But for us, the program is the higher level where you have basically after which you get your degree when you are doing it. And course is a single element within that program. I don't know what is your terminology in sense of this?
So these courses, for like, let's say climate engineering, or is it like a program, is it a software engineering program? In the software engineering program, we have climate engineering, we have software design and testing. What technology do you use here?
We use courses.
Courses?
Yes. Although, for instance, we're in computer science department, or we have what we call different programs. Those units are broken into programs.
So program is, yes.
You have the cybersecurity program, and you have the intelligence system program. But under each program, you have courses.
Okay, so we are having a common understanding of this thing. Colin, you need to adjust your thinking into this because all the others are thinking program and then courses, and courses have some content and so on.
Okay.
So this is important because sometimes when we are talking of a course, some people are thinking that as a higher level, kind of a program level thing, but and now if I'm talking of the curricular guidelines, these are kind of guidelines for what to include in a single program as such. Yes. And then these have knowledge areas that are the courses or things that you put into the courses as such. Okay. Several of the curricular guidelines, you see that computer science curricula, there is 2013 is the previous one, and now just more than a year ago, they published the 23 model. And when we are looking at that sustainability, we went through all these things and looked at, hey, how are they really emphasizing sustainability, and does it give any kind of advice for us how and what to put into our courses? And not really. All right, this is the older one, the computer science curricula 2013. It really does not recognize sustainability at all. It's mentioned only in a few places. There is in one place is in human-computer interaction, then in social issues and professional practices as such. But when you look at the 23 model, they have much more, and this is, I really recommend if you have computer science programs here to look at these curricular guidelines, because you can find a lot of places like artificial intelligence, under there the application societal impact, saying that at least one application of AI to specific problem and fields such as medicine, health, sustainability, etc. There is algorithmic foundation, they have sustainability. They have architecture and organization, they have sustainability. Foundation of programming languages, they are especially mentioning the green computing over there. And then if you go into the society, ethics and profession, this is, I would say that this is the main element of the guidelines for the sustainability. I can show that later on, but this newest version of computer science curricula is really taking the sustainability into account and shows that, hey, how can we put that into different courses? Okay, this is just one of those elements over here. You will notice that software engineering curricula guidelines, they are already more than 10 years old, 2014. And as such, you can't expect too much over there. Computing curricula is something that came 2020. That was before they started renewing these area-specific curricula guidelines. And computing curricula kind of combined several of those things. But I was surprised that it doesn't really too much take into account the sustainability. But I would say that the computing curricula is more higher level, kind of a description of all these disciplines that the other curricula guidelines are doing. And now that we are talking of software engineering, then of course you should not forget SWE-book. SWE-book is software engineering body of knowledge that shows what kind of a content does software engineering itself see important. 2015 when was, you remember when was the version 3 of SWE-book? I might have a year over there, but SWE-book version 4 just came around last year, or was it year before? So renewed version of the SWE-book. Version 4 is the latest one, but I have to say to you that last week I was participating in this International Conference on Software Engineering, ICSI, our field's main conference, and there was a special track on SWE-book and what kind of things we should include into the body of knowledge of software engineering. And I was talking there or presenting how to integrate sustainability into that. And I would say that they were pretty positive on that particular topic to be added into this SWE-book. Let's see, we will be working on that. But all right, let me continue shortly on those curricula guidelines. Okay. Although that the software engineering curricula guidelines are already from 2014, and yes, it doesn't really mention sustainability, it's only mentioned once in a Mississippi State University program overview. That's the quotation from there. I won't be reading it, but sustainability is mentioned there. The more important thing in this software engineering guidelines is how actually these guidelines are dividing the knowledge, skills and competencies within this field. You can see there is a list of things that are defined over there. There is a professional knowledge, there is technical knowledge, and then there is, these are so-called hard skills, and then comes the soft skills, where there is teamwork, end-user awareness, design solutions in context, perform trade-offs, and continuing professional development, which is kind of lifelong learning type of a thing. I will show this shortly as well. I would say that this kind of knowledge, skills, and competencies division under there is important, because then you can see that there are things that are definitely profession specific, very technical, and so on, and then there is this soft or interpersonal skills that we need to have in this developing world, where we need to work with the others and be part of this collaboration. Okay, that's about the software engineering curricula. Okay, this is the computing curricula. I have a couple of quotations over there. But basically, like I said, this computing curricula is kind of an umbrella document for different computing fields: computer engineering, computer science, cybersecurity, information systems, information technology, and software engineering. And it's higher level than those domain-specific curricula guidelines. And also I went through that and looked where do they mention sustainability. It's mentioned in a couple of places, but I don't see this as a problem, because anyway I would be looking more of those specific, discipline-specific approaches rather than this one. Okay, this does give a couple of guidelines how to do things in general. SWE-book, the version 4 was published 23, and it's recognized, but it's not effectively integrated into the SWE-book yet. If looking at the content, the term sustainability or sustainable appears only 7 times in this document, and most of the mentions focused on economic or technical aspects. Yesterday you heard that sustainability is more than just economic or technical. There is different dimensions that we need to take into account, and as such this document doesn't really consider that yet. If you look at the environment term, which is of course kind of related to one of the dimensions of sustainability, that's mentioned in 187 times. But if you think of the word sustainability and environment, both of those do have different contexts in which you can use those. You can think about like software environment in which the software is running as such, and not meaning the, let's say, biosphere or that kind of an environment or ecology as such. And outcome of this thing is that the SWE-book version 4 doesn't yet give you any advice how to use the sustainability when you are renewing your education. It gives a really nice idea that what needs to be there when we are having our education, what kind of a content does a software engineering professionals need. I think, I wonder if they yesterday went through what kind of things the industry really needs from the software engineers, but basically depends of course on the job title, where you go, what kind of a knowledge you need out of this SWE-book. But all right, the outcome of this thing is that apart of the computer science curricula guidelines, these documents don't help too much for you how to do this thing. And as such, what we wanted to do is to give you some kind of an idea how we have put the sustainability in some of our courses. All right, so this is my outcome of the whole thing. I had a some kind of a table of if looking at this, there is the software engineering methods and tools for sustainability. That's the guidelines, and you have the hard and soft skills, and then you can look at the professional knowledge, technical knowledge, and then the soft skills. And we need similar kind of a thing also for sustainability. Yesterday, Birgit went through 5 different competencies. What do you need to know? I do have a little bit bigger perspective into this thing. There is some frameworks that are defining things a bit more deeply as such. And sorry, I have some of the slides are oldish here, and I didn't have network yesterday evening in my room, so I couldn't add all those things into my presentation. But I'll try to show you things accordingly. This figure here actually shows you how you can start doing your integration of sustainability into your courses and the curricula. Actually, this is looking more of the program or the curricula level in such a way that the option 1 is that you just make one separate course. Sorry, I'm walking here. You will be really busy with your camera if you want to follow me. Anyway, the first option is that you are adding just one course that is adding the basic knowledge of sustainability, or if you want to focus on environmental impacts or environmental dimension of sustainability, then of those things. For example, our university, we don't have that kind of a course. I would definitely add, and I have been proposed that to our university, that, hey, we need to have for every student one course that is telling and giving them the idea that, hey, what sustainability is, regardless of the discipline where they are. Hopefully that will come soon in such a way that all the students that are admitted to our university would from the day one have some kind of an understanding that whatever I do, this is how the sustainability is affecting. Of course, not going deeply what it means in software engineering or whatsoever, but giving the idea that maybe through the SDGs, through the SDGs and their goals, targets, indicators, what does it really mean to integrate sustainability? Okay, that's one option, to have one course. Of course, that course could also be within the software engineering program. You have a specific course for all the software engineering students in such a way that could be like Introduction to Sustainability in Software Engineering, and then you are putting different things under that in such a way that everybody has the mindset of sustainability. Okay, the second option is this kind of a modular approach. I don't know if that figure is showing. For some reason it's so small over there. Can we have just... No, that's not my window, it's somebody else's window. So can we get it bigger? Who is... Because of course you can take the presentation view of that, because it is rather small. It's easier to, but the second option over there is modular approach, where you start putting for each and every one of the courses, or not necessarily all of those courses, but okay, if it's not possible, then let it be. Maybe you can use also your own machines to look at that, and then you can probably see it a bit better. So adding elements into your courses as such. And then the third option over here is that you kind of redesign your whole program in such a way that, okay, now it's better, thank you. In such a way that the sustainability would be something that would be overarching throughout the program as such. I believe that we are going towards that. I have to say that in our programs that have even been designed from the beginning. I don't think we ever got all the way to the option 3. It's more of the option 2, where we have been changing the existing courses to include important parts of sustainability. Okay. If talking about the skills and competencies of sustainability, there is one document called Green Comp, the European Sustainability Competence Framework, that defines 4 different competence areas and 3 elements under each and every one of those. The first one is embodying the sustainability values. We have made our own approach for this, and we kind of call this as awareness, so that you really know what's going on in sustainability, kind of getting the awareness as such. So basically, under that embodying sustainability values, and this document, Green Comp, if you are looking at it from the internet, it's freely available for everybody. Under that embodying the sustainability values, there is the valuing sustainability, supporting fairness, and promoting nature. I can show the document in a minute, and also how they define all these things. Embracing complexity in sustainability is the second area, and under that they have systems thinking, critical thinking, problem framing, etc. Elements where when you understand the need for sustainability, then you can start designing for it. And then there is the envisioning sustainable futures. There is terms called future literacy, adaptability, exploratory thinking, and then finally there is acting for sustainability. When you know you have the tools, then you can act, and there is political agency, collective action, and individual initiative. Now I show you that document as such. Okay, this is the document for the Green Comp. I wonder if I have. No, this is not a link. This is a PDF. Anyway, over here, when you go to the oh, actually, let's do it this way. No? Okay. No, this is not nice. I'll try to make it as big as possible. Okay, hopefully better to be seen. And okay, here, this table 1 actually explains you all of these areas and competencies, and give some kind of a descriptor that what is needed over there. And just jump into where they start describing all these things. What I really like here is that wait, it's here, yes. when they are having, for example, this competence of valuing sustainability, there is a descriptor of that particular thing given here. So saying here to reflect the personal values, identify, explain how values vary among people and over time, while critically evaluating how they align with sustainability values. And what I really like here is that they also give some kind of examples of the knowledge, skills, and attitudes. So what kind of a knowledge does this particularly mean? What kind of skills does that mean? And what is the attitude after this particular thing? And then there is the example of this thing. I really recommend, I can look for that in such a way that, or let me ask, did you look for that from the web and found it? If not, I can look at it during our break and add a QR code where you can immediately get that, because I would say that this is a good document to have when you start really working on your courses and thinking of those elements that you need to put there. Okay? Okay, this is one document that I wanted to show because it's a really good one. Wait. All right, my presentation. Not that one. Let's take the right one here. So that gives some nice examples of what kind of things you can emphasize concerning the sustainability. We have made our own version of this thing. This was not published when we started thinking of these skills that are needed, and how I call those things is that we have the sustainability mindset, so that like I was saying, that there should be or could be this kind of a introductory course after which all the students, whatever they do, they start thinking that, hey, this might have some consequence on environment, energy, biodiversity, society, economy, or whatsoever. So kind of having this kind of a feeling that, hey, everything we do will have an impact. And you will see here similar kind of an elements that in the previous document, that there is this awareness part, that you understand that there is a need for these things. Awakening is our kind of next step, that when you know that there is a need, then you see that there needs to be steps to be taken and there needs to be a path towards. And then finally, there is the transition that we provide a tool set that then helps the students to finally take the actions later on. So awareness, awakening, and transitioning. And then if looking at these competencies or content that we have here, there is similar kind of things that there was already in the previous model concerning that understanding, for example, the SDGs and planetary boundaries, etc. In awakening, you see that knowing of the past lessons, envisioning the future, motivation, desire to change, handling uncertainty, etc. And then finally, the transition is there is those tools, systems thinking, critical thinking, problem framing, design thinking, that all the other models, and actually Birgit's yesterday's slides were showing that you need to have kind of the tools to make the change. And then finally, We have a couple of actions in over there. Saying this, we do have a rather large spreadsheet of what these mean, but that has not been published as such yet. So, and yes, you can't really read it. It's completely. Okay, now not even this in this phase you can see, but the same way as in the previous model, if you see that this would be beneficial for you to see these different categories, there is definition, competence, and some kind of a descriptor like there was in the previous one. I can also share this with you, and then there is also some example as such. What does this mean? But like I said, this is not fully published yet, so this is kind of a new knowledge completely. But all these things are in this particular spreadsheet where we have defined of those skills and competencies that need to be received. Okay. Saying that, we have also, in our program, we have done this kind of a mapping where we looked at what type of a course, and now we don't have the descriptors here, what does CT1, CT2, CT3 mean, but we went through our program and looked for different 16 courses that, how do they fit in the course types, what kind of a competencies, they provide, and what kind of a sustainability dimensions, like discussed yesterday, they are emphasizing. And if I'm seeing this for the whole program, and this is more like the curricular development, then I see that, hey, we are really covering all of those parts that are over there. All right, couple of examples. Now I need to jump between my slides and my Moodle pages, our course pages, because I didn't yesterday evening had the possibility of adding here pictures of that particular course. But one of the courses that we have is Sustainability and IT. This is kind of the introductory course on sustainability in software engineering. First of all, the content of this course is basically Coral Calero's book, Software Sustainability. It's a nice overview of different levels of software and sustainability as such. Birgit, you had in your slides the other Coral's book. That's pretty new one, right? Is it the green coding? Yeah, and I have been discussing with Coral already that even though that I like that this is a nice broad overview, it's missing some of the stuff, and what I'm doing with my students, we are not going through this on the same order. I start on a high level and then we go deeper and deeper and deeper, and actually the last part of our course is about the green coding and how to make the software efficient, while on a top level, it's mostly on like policies and kind of giving the big picture how the software is affecting to the sustainability and how the sustainability could be taken into account in software. All right, saying that, this is the content, that book as such. But then, I also implement, now we go into the teaching method, I implement that as a flipped classroom. How many of you have tried using the flipped classroom approach? Do you know what flipped classroom is? All right. Flipped classroom is an approach where the students are first reading the stuff, and then in the lectures or in those sessions that we are having, we are mostly discussing and deepening the knowledge through this discussion. I will show it in my course page as such. But this means that the students need to have a bit of prior reading and tasks before they come to the class. And then in the class, I use my expertise to explain them more and challenge them, but I also emphasize the critical thinking and argumentation skills that were mentioned in the competencies, that hey, you need to think about that, what does it mean if there is this kind of a solution, what happens next? And I would say that then the intended learning outcomes of this particular course is that we link really holistically different levels of software engineering, software development, and sustainability, and giving the idea for the students what the sustainability in this field actually is. That is not all. The students do read before the classes, and after the classes, the students need to do some tasks. This is an example of some of those tasks that I have given. We were discussing of the Agile Manifesto because that's one of the topics over there. And then I asked the students to analyze that in sense of sustainability. And they kind of did this kind of an exercise later on. I think there is a group task, studies VBook. Oh, okay, that's actually another. Studies VBook and include sustainability into that. Explain how you deal with the sustainability in each part and argue why that way. And basically what knowledge, skills and competencies that particular thing provides. So I put the students to think about that, hey, how could we integrate sustainability into this VBook? This was already some years back. And then for agile development, what we did is define how sustainability will be covered in agile teams, whose role, how does that consider both customer business and technical aspects, etc. So you can put the students to think about these things, and of course when they're arguing, they need to look for some material that hey, what supports this particular claim. And then we will be discussing of these tasks on a next discussion session, meaning that every time we go through some task, and then we start going through the chapters that they have for that particular time, and then they are even given a next task, etc. And now I will show you how it was this year in my course. All right. Here is In this particular course, I can explain it, but I have two different ways for students to go through it. There is this lecture-based or this discussion-based approach, and then there is online self-study approach. I can show that also shortly. That follows a different line of thinking. But in this particular course, here I have, first of all, I had for each groups like 8 students, 10 students. I would say that if you are having these kind of discussions, you can't do that with more than 12 students. It's way too much if you want to activate all of the students into the discussion. This year I had 8 students in each group. I had 3 groups, and if I would have had more, then I would have divided them to more groups. And then for each session, I have a set of material saying that software sustainability chapters 1, 10, and 15 that they need to read for this particular thing. And then there is basically some students that are kind of having an introduction to the topic, meaning that they have like 3 slides. What's the message of the chapter? What are the questions that they still have on this particular thing? What do they agree or disagree? So they are starting the discussion by stating their perception of that chapter, and then we start discussing. And then, in this particular case, I have for each group, I have a separate topic or task, and this task was based on the discussions that we had, because we had 3 different chapters. Different groups may have kind of emphasized different things while they were discussing of things. I was facilitating the discussions, but I was also following that, hey, this is the topic that interests you mostly on this particular topic, and as such I gave them a task that is somehow related to the topics that they wanted to know more based on the discussions. And for example, the group 1 got a sustainability actions in Finnish software companies. It was both team and individual task, because as a group they define a template for the data to be collected, and then individually select a Finnish company. I gave the list of larger Finnish software companies, and then they went into those web pages and looked for their sustainability reports and looked at, hey, what kind of actions did those companies do, and then they created one document for me, and then we discussed of the outcomes of that particular document. And then second one was more discussing of these terms that are related to the book and so on. So I gave them a list of terms that, hey, define these things in such a way that it's general so that everybody would be understanding. So kind of extending their knowledge on the sustainability as such. Then there was a discussion session 2, chapters 9, 12, plus 14, 16, and sometimes I also give them some articles to read, and in this case, Birgit was already mentioning yesterday this Find the Leverage Points article. In this particular discussion, they also needed to read that because that was somehow related to the topics of the book as such. Kind of, once again, to extend their perceptions to the topics. And that's why I was saying that for me, even though that this book is rather new, it's a few years old, I still think that I would implement it a bit differently. First of all, it was done before the CSRD, Corporate Social Responsibility Reporting Directive, that the companies need to report, what they need to report. I would bring some of that stuff, as well as the green coding was not that much there. And then, once again, giving a group task for them to look for the leverage points in software development, human factors in IT companies, and so on. So once again, you got the idea that discussion, a task, discussion of those and the next chapters, and kind of through this kind of a critical thinking, I tried to engage each and every one of the students into this discussion to get the ideas over there. And when they needed to explain their perceptions, that's a way of increasing the understanding of this topic. And each session that we had these discussions was like 3 hours. Of course, we had some break, but we discussed intensively on these things. And believe me, every time we ran out of time in such a way that discussions were really heated and students liked when they had the possibility of really looking at these tasks. Actually, one more thing, it's not visible there. I don't know if you know this book called Climate Change Playbook. Are you familiar, Birgit?
We haven't talked about it yesterday. We talked about other serious games.
Yeah.
The
There is a nice book, Climate Change Playbook. And every time we start our sessions with one of the games from there, in such a way that's also increasing a bit of the understanding of those things. It doesn't take too long to do those games, but it gives a nice different perception to the topic as such. All right, this is one of the courses. Okay, I promised to you also to show that there is a online self-study implementation of the course. It's not like this. It's basically I have here 5 different parts. There is sustainability in IT, resources and waste, green IT, sustainability through IT, and making the impact. And each and every one of these sections basically do it such a way that they need to read the material, take a quiz, and then they need to do a homework that is over there. They need to submit it here. And for example, in this part, and all these tasks are such a general one, and everybody can do it differently. For example, this sustainability impact section. In this task, you design an ICT-based sustainability project for the target group you select. For example, you plan a waste sorting project for high school students with some IoT solution. You should create a plan for the project so that it could be implemented by somebody else. And the form of reporting can be basically anything, but you need to present the objectives, means of doing the project, as well as guidelines for the teacher or somebody who can run the project. So basically meaning that the students are creating projects that somebody else could, for example, execute in primary schools, etc. So this is a bit different, this approach. But I really like to give this because there are always some students that are not willing to come to my discussion groups, and I don't have space for 400 students in my discussions. That's why I provide also this kind of a thing, that they can go, read the material, take the quiz, and then also do these different tasks. Okay, that was one course that I was now I'm actually wondering, does it really share this slide now, or because sometimes when you are changing, it's not sharing anymore? It's sharing, okay. What? Okay, great. The other course that I wanted to go through, how much we have time? We are about time at the moment, but we started late, right? So let me try to wrap it up. The title of the course is maybe misleading, but this is a course that we have had with our students with the idea of innovating solutions for different kind of challenges. Not implementing, it's only for designing the solution and leave it there. And some years back, I brought this idea of sustainability into this course. And what we started doing, we started taking some regional challenges, sustainability challenges in all around the world, and we started innovating solutions for those particular things. How did we get those challenges? Okay, in my set of students, I have students all around the world. So I said to them in the first lectures what we had that, now, each and every one of you, you have some sustainability challenge or something that bothers you in sustainability in your home countries. Define me that. What is the challenge? So I got a bunch of challenges all around the world. And then basically the students make groups and select one of the challenges that they start tackling. It's not that easy. Sometimes the challenge is something that you can't really have a software solution for that particular challenge. So you need to think about that, hey, what is the actual root cause of this particular challenge? And can I tackle some of the root causes in such a way that it would benefit and partly solve the problem? We have had a lot of these kind of challenges, and I think we have had a lot of innovating solutions as well for those challenges. And then I recommend my students that they can submit those solutions to different UN or some other competitions where there is people are looking for innovative solutions as such. First of all, the intended learning outcomes of this is that I wanted the students to, if the first course was understanding the sustainability in software engineering in general, this is more about understanding the context and its impact on the solutions. And understanding that you are not always looking at necessarily environmental challenges, you might also look at some social challenges or other things. And okay, there was also the entrepreneurial knowledge. That was at some point, the idea was that quite often we software engineers, we do solutions, but then we don't market those things, or we don't create our businesses. At least in Nordic countries, we are not so innovative. I would say that kind of an approach would probably work here better. I know that you are much more kind of entrepreneurial as such. But we also kind of brought the idea that if you really create a nice solution for some challenge, why not also start thinking that how do you market that, how do you make a business out of that as such? Because some of those have been really great. I would say that there were 7 teams this year, and 2 of the teams really presented something that I would say that's already a ready product that could be really marketed and build a business on. Now there is just some examples of those things. I will once again show our course page, what we did. Maybe we can see some things over there. The first one on top left, you can't see it too well, but it's basically, it was a solution for, or the challenge was basically that the Ganga River in India is rather polluted. There are certain sources of pollution, and as such, the students started looking at how do they identify and prevent the pollution of the Ganga River as such. Let me see. This one was a food insecurity problem in Ethiopia, how to use, once again, data and knowledge of the food production and so on to prevent the food wastage and basically also meeting the needs and the productions and consumers as such. And then this was just a food waste approach in Finland as such. But let me shortly show you the web page of that particular course as well. What you can see on this page is that first of all we have certain phases here. We have 5 different phases that we are using for this development, and the first 3 sessions we have is basically focusing on the understanding of the challenge. Why? Albert Einstein once said that if he would have hour to solve a problem, he would use 50 minutes to understand the problem and then 10 minutes to solve it. And I have seen that quite many times with our students, that if they don't understand the problem, there is solutions that are not really affecting to the actual challenge. So if they don't understand that, no way of solving it. And even though that some of the problems start on a very high level, then by understanding the problem, you can solve or try to solve some of those smaller parts of that particular problem that will have then influence on the actual outcome of the challenge as such. So basically the first 3 times of this course we are using for understanding the problem, and then we have the development and impact part. For some reason I have a wrong picture here, but basically what we are doing, we look at the design part, looking at the design principles of these things, and then also at the same time, Birgit, did you go through SUSAF yesterday? Okay. Basically the students also, when they start thinking of the solution for that particular problem, at the same time they start thinking the impacts of that solution. So that already they do a couple of iterations over there, and then when they have the features for the solution, they at the same time they think that, hey, what will be the actual impact of this particular feature? And as such, taking this impact analysis all the time. And I would say that that's one of the key outcomes for the students for all the courses, is that they have this mindset that whatever they do, that will have an impact. Even though that the main learning objective of this particular course was to teach them that they need to understand different contexts of the problems, but understanding this, that when they design things and have an understanding of the impacts, that's also really good outcome of the course as such for the students. Okay, so basically each phase we start with the preparation and teaming up session, and let me see if I have the mirror board here. It's not here, wait. No? Where is my mirror board? Just a second, I'll just find the link that is now, maybe it was here. Yeah, it was here, down here. We use this Miro board for this kind of a collaborative working of the students. And it's basically so that, let's wait for the Miro to load. Okay. Yes. So in the beginning, when we start this actual Miro working, I have here an example. This is one of the descriptions of how they should describe some kind of a challenge of a country. This is just my example. What I really hate in Finland is that there is a lot of food waste. And showing that, hey, this is a challenge that bothers me, explaining there is some statistics and so on. So basically, all the students take their own challenge and start doing it, and I'll show a couple of examples here. This is an example from one of our Nigerian students. Students described sustainability skepticism. Okay, nobody selected this one, or there is one name, but this was not selected as to be solved. Okay, this is one example that the students selected and started solving, and the topic itself was traffic congestion. All right, what to do with the software to help with the traffic congestion. But the key point was that they need to understand that, hey, what causes these things? They went deep. And of course, this is not only in Bangladesh, this was a topic from Bangladesh, but I could easily see that it could also be here in Nigeria. You do have quite a lot of similar kind of things what they have in Bangladesh as such. But anyway, this is kind of the example of how the Miro board was used by the students to describe those things, and then we have a teaming up in such a way that whenever the students select a topic, they can't select their own topic. They can't select a topic from their own country. Why? Because they need to understand the challenges in another context. And that way, for example, if the Finnish people, okay, it seems that there was a Russian lady and okay, Salimi is from Nigeria. They selected this traffic congestion problem and started looking at that. But they need to kind of go and dig deeper. Why is the traffic congested in Bangladesh? Not so that they would be looking at their own countries. All right, saying that, of course, one can also at some point look that, hey, what if there is a country where there is no traffic congestion? What have they done? This is our so-called competitor analysis. It's not a competitor analysis in such a way that what we do normally in our innovation teams. Now we are looking that, hey, can we learn from some other place? And then we look for 3 to 5 other countries that have similar conditions but less problem in this particular topic, etc. So this particular course really requires the students to dig deeper into the sustainability challenge, and then coming all the way from there to the designing of the solutions. And the solutions, I have been saying to the students that it's enough if they do a mock-up of the solution, how they would be solving that, and then kind of taking the sustainability into the design thinking and design of a software approach. All right, they have all these different phases here. There is the development phase where they have some material, the impact assessment where we are using the SUSAF model, etc. And these students that participated in this course, they were already familiar with the SUSAF model because we had one hackathon before that particular course. So these are two courses that I have had where I have implemented the sustainability that is kind of the main point of the course as such, in addition to the actual software engineering topics like the understanding the software engineering field and sustainability, and in this one, the design part of software sustainability and the challenges in the context. There are others. Shola is having a capstone course together with companies where we are also emphasizing different sustainability challenges, but then that one is, if the previous course was ending to the design phase, the capstone course goes all the way to a product delivery, and then the students need to really think about, for example, the green coding, the efficient codes, etc., and the decisions what they do in that sense. If we have time at some point, Shola can probably tell you a bit more of that particular course. And we could also tell you we have a separate course that we are now planning and implementing is green coding course, where the students then focus mostly on the development of software in a energy efficient manner as such. All right, that was my presentation, those were my slides. I can provide those to you, and like I promised, I could actually look at the Green Comp framework and the document for you. Do we have some way of providing the documents for them? We do.
I think we'll just put everything in the folder at the end and share with
All right, I can look at that Green Comp document for you as such. All right, that was all I have to say. Is it the break time?
It's time for questions.
Oh, questions?
Questions?
Oh, yeah.
I have a question. Thank you very much for the comprehensive presentation. You mentioned the incorporation of sustainability into software engineering courses. But when you were looking at the various model of incorporating this sustainability, it crossed my mind that sustainability cut across many disciplines, even the university. Here in the University of Lagos, we have what we call general studies. That is courses that are topical, that cut across all the study areas. So I now thought that it's not possible to have a course design, aside from the incorporated sustainability courses. Since sustainability is a worldwide phenomenon, we want to protect our planet, then it has to be something serious that will demand a course itself, because even in humanities, there should be sustainability. Courses in humanity, business, the way people do business, health, even health, how they, deal with the resources. So that's my thinking. So what's your own perspective to that?
So your question is about how to integrate it in such a way that it wouldn't cause any extra burden for the course arrangements over here.
Not necessarily. What I'm saying is, when we talk of sustainability, that of software engineering is clear already.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying is, it cut across all disciplines.
You mean the sustainability course across all the disciplines, or you want to have that in such a way that it touches all the disciplines?
Yeah, I want it as a standalone that all students can still learn, like a GNS. We have, in our own context, we have.
All right. Now I got it. First of all, what we are missing at the moment, and I would love to have, is one general course for everybody in such a way that they understand the topic.
Yes.
But then when we come to the software engineering, for example, in Shola's requirements engineering course, it's not taken by people from other disciplines, but it's taken by the software engineers. And then one part of that particular course is sustainability.
Yes.
We do have courses that all the basically other disciplines can take.
Oh, good.
And we have basically the software and application innovation is that kind of a course that the business people come there, as well as industrial management people usually come there because they want to learn how to innovate new solutions for different challenges. And even though that we have this, let's say, software solution-oriented approach in the end over there, what we encourage over there is that we would have people from different disciplines to work together in such a way that the business people would take, for example, care of the understanding of the business domain as such, the competitor things, as well as maybe how to make business out of this solution.
Okay.
Whereas the software engineers, they can focus on developing the actual technical solution.
Good.
And that's the best if we can have a lot of different disciplines in that. But then there is, of course, those discipline-specific courses that make no sense for the business people to come.
Oh, good.
I would say that both are needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. You mentioned that some people said that sustainability is a scam. Okay. What do they mean by this? Because I really don't understand. Sometimes I heard that some people say that teaching mathematics in the university, particularly in engineering, is a scam. But that person is explaining to mention that software can replace it in that case. Could it be called a scam in that sense?
I believe you are referring to that one challenge that one of the students was emphasizing in the second course. And that's, of course, that's basically the student's perspective that there is a certain kind of a skepticism for the sustainability. And of course, our task from the day one is to change the mindset of people and show them, increase the awareness and show them that sustainability itself is not a scam. We need to do more on that. But that particular example was that the students was thinking, and it was here in Nigeria, that people are not taking sustainability seriously. And I don't judge any of those challenges what the students bring, because that's from their lives, that what they have seen. And of course I don't necessarily agree on all of those, but then again, I don't know the context in all the countries. Why in, for example, Nepal there is these big lines to the banks, or what so other places. I asked the students to dig deeper and see why is this particular thing, why does the student think, or why is this a challenge in the country where it has been presented? Sustainability is not a scam. I would say that if there is a scam, there is this greenwashing. Was there some slides yesterday about greenwashing? And that's more or less kind of a scam if companies say that they do things, but then in the end they are not doing. Any other questions? I really thank you for your participation here, and hopefully you get something. This is just the start of today, and then when we start looking at your courses, you start thinking that, hey, how could I put, and what kind of things can I put into my courses so that it would make a change? It doesn't have to be a big thing. I would say that these courses that we had already, we already had these before the sustainability. It's just that we have adjusted the content and the topics to include some of those elements that the sustainability needs. All right, thank you. I think it's, okay, there is one more question.
So good morning. So my question is, we are talking about your students coming up with solutions to solve problems. And the question is, when they come up with those solutions, does it just end in the classrooms, or they are being implemented, like taken to the market, or it just end as a discussion and project work? Thank you.
So the question was about the documentation of the solutions. The students, in this course we have 5 different phases. First 3 ones we understand what is the challenge, then we start implementing it, and finally making some kind of a business plan and marketing plan. And all that is documented in different phases in such a way that the students then have a possibility of taking that into action if necessary. I know that this year at least one group is sending their work into this Prototypes for Humanity event that will be held in Dubai. And the organizers are basically paying all the cost of the participating students. And I would say that all these solutions what have been done gives an excellent starting point for that, because they have a solution and they have already been thinking all the criteria and arguments why this might be solving things and looking at the impact. So I really hope that some of those students get into that event and market our program as such. And maybe then some company is interested that, hey, I want to start implementing this. Thank you all.
Another round of applause for Professor Jaripura. What we have next, can we take the workshop before the coffee break? The redesigning software engineering courses for students. Okay. So I'll call on this is 1 hour. No, maybe before. Coffee? No, I'm thinking that if you take it now, then. Yeah. Yes, 1 hour. Yeah, so that. Okay. So I call on Associate Professor Bijet, President Slider. Applause for her once again. Thank you very much.
Just looking for the Zoom link to get back in. I'm looking in the wrong chat. That's not it. This microphone has a red dot, so I'm not sure how long the battery is going to last. Welcome back. So we're getting to the interactive part, and that means I'm going to present to you the details of the Sustainify guideline that we will be using this afternoon in the interactive workshop. And I was just busy over there adapting it a little bit actually to what Yadi was saying, so we're going to use the same sustainability competencies in the afternoon that we have just heard about from the Green Comp framework. So the history of this Sustainify guideline is that I got to be sustainability representative at my department, and we started talking about how important it would be to integrate sustainability into our courses a bit more systematically. And then they said to me, Birgit, you've been doing research on this stuff for 10 years. Can you please teach us how to do that, how to integrate sustainability into a course curriculum, into a course description, into a syllabus? And so I sat down and I started writing a list of questions that would guide people through such a process. So I'm going to introduce you to the different questions now, and I'm also going to ask you to chime in and give some examples so we can get on the same page about the wording and we can make this most useful to you. This screenshot is from Zenodo. Zenodo is one of the online platforms where we can share research results publicly, and they will be available for everybody to download from there. The link is at the very bottom here of the slide, and I also had it yesterday in the presentation. Oh, sorry, there's symbols over it right now. That's not very useful. Shola, could you put the link to the guideline into the chat, please? That would be great. It was in yesterday's presentation a couple of times. So it starts out with, we're trying to help you with this guideline, and in Gothenburg, in Sweden, where I'm working, the idea was that we can label some of our courses either as sustainability related or as sustainability focused. If I teach a software engineering course, then maybe it's not going to be focused on sustainability, but it can be related to sustainability. And the way how we made that a bit more clear is to say we want to have about 25% of the course that somehow deal with sustainability, that are related to sustainability. If it was, good morning, Tox, it's good to see you again. If the course is sustainability focused, it would have to be 95% of the course material that is strongly related to sustainability. That's a lot of words to express that, but we can skip over the details of that slide. You can remember, are we choosing a sustainability related course or a sustainability focused course? Point number 2, little reminder from yesterday, the SDGs in the representation of how we have the biosphere at the bottom, the society and the societal goals in the middle, and the economic goals at the very top, because without the foundation of a society and a working biosphere, they're not going to be useful. And then at the very top, peace. And partnerships. No, it's not peace, it's partnerships. Partnerships for all the goals. Good. So that is what we would like to have as a reference point, because it's well known across the world. It's not the only model, but it's the one that is best known. And let's get to the individual guidance questions. So the guideline starts out with saying, well, how can my course relate to sustainability, and how do I detail that? So we look at the overall type of the course that it is, and which of those SDGs the overall topic could be related to. Now, if I teach discrete mathematics, I could say, Birgit, I'm teaching discrete mathematics. How am I going to relate that to sustainability? That is a very good question. As I am absolutely not an expert on discrete mathematics, I'm going to pull my examples, let's say from statistics instead. Let's say I teach a course on statistics, and I am struggling to relate that to sustainability. What would I do? Well, I could use a number of the examples that I have the students do in their assignments and that I teach the methods through from sustainability. For example, we could do the statistics of air pollution in Nigeria, or we could do the statistics of biodiversity in Nigeria. Those would be examples that I can use in a very theoretical course to bring in sustainability examples and make it more tangible. Research has actually shown that, especially in theoretic courses like mathematics courses, we can make these abstract concepts more tangible if we bring very relatable real-world examples. And if I can relate them to sustainability, even better, say I. If the course is more applied, if it's a course that says, we're gonna teach you how to program in Python, then I could get a sustainability interested client. It could also be a surrogate client. It could either be that I invite somebody from a local environmental protection agency to come into the class and play the client. But Birgit, I don't know anybody who has that job. Okay, then you can ask your colleague to pretend to have that job and come into class as your pretend client for the students. We've done that a number of times and it works quite well. And then still your choice, you want the course to be sustainability related. So you're only talking about 25% of the course content that really wants to have an explicit relationship there, or do you want to have it focused and integrated all across the course? The other piece that I've been busy with this morning, you get the deluxe version of the Sustainify workshop, because before I only had the guideline, and this morning over breakfast we said, wouldn't it be really nice if our participants got a template to fill out? It would make it so much easier and so much more constructive. So we made a template that you will be using over the sessions after the coffee break, where you can fill in the courses that you might be thinking about. Now, I am really curious what the courses are that you are thinking about. So knowing that after the coffee break, you will get to discuss in small groups about which course you could potentially redesign and how you wish to redesign it, I want to get your brains going now in the direction of which course would you think about redesigning in the workshop this afternoon. So please take out your phones. Obviously, faculty and instructors right ahead, because you're teaching the courses. You're like, which one of my courses do I pick in here? Put one of your courses in there. For the students in here, pick the favorite course that you would like to think about, even if you're not the one teaching it. Maybe you have taken it and you thought it was an interesting course and it would be a good candidate to redesign for sustainability. This is also for all you wonderful people watching online. Please do put in which course you would like to redesign.
Just continuing here, especially for the students, I have encouraged all my students to, whenever they are participating in a course and they kind of feel that, hey, we could think about sustainability in this course in a certain way, to discuss with the teacher or the lecturer, so that this kind of a thing could be taken into account. And so far there has been pretty good results as such, because the students have been bringing these ideas for the teachers that, hey, why could we look at this from this perspective?
Good, thank you. Oh, we got more junior students. I love it. They're becoming younger every day. You're gonna have the smartest kid. So we have the first courses rolling in: requirements engineering, software design and testing, computer programming, software design and architecture, software architecture. Yeah, we have the expert on software architecture with us. DevOps engineering, yes, good call. I'm excited to talk about that one. Requirements engineering, Data analysis, yes. Good. All those courses lend themselves really well. Cybersecurity, Software testing, quality assurance, good. Good, I like the software development course, More requirements engineering, I like the number of requirements engineers in here. It's one of my focus areas. Project management, yes. Formal methods, introduction to computer programming, good. Formal methods, maybe I can learn something from you. It's been a while since I've done a proper proof. Requirements, of course, because that's the start of software design. Yes, very good point. That's why I started integrating it there in the first place. I agree. Electromagnetic theory and application. Now we are way out of my expertise. But luckily, thank you. Luckily, we have the expert in electromagnetic theory and application in here, and I can just support a bit in infusing sustainability. Algorithms design, good. Wonderful. So we have a lot of different courses to think about. I really like that. Does anybody still need the QR code? Okay. If you still need it, we can put it in the chat as well. Modern physics, ooh, yes, that'll be exciting. Good, so we have quite a variety in here. It's going to be an interesting workshop. I like it. Every model in software engineering. Yeah, we can do a lot of modeling. Okay, then let's move on. So, given that we now have a rough idea of which courses we might want to look at in the afternoon or after the coffee, how can the syllabus reflect this? So syllabus is one of the words, is the word that I use for course description. We could also just say course description. And one of the most important pieces after a short description of what this course is about are the learning objectives. What is a student supposed to learn in that course? I always tell myself, if it's not written into the learning objectives, it ain't happening. It's like meetings who say, oh, we should meet for coffee sometime soon. If it's not on the calendar, it's probably not going to happen. If we don't say, let's meet next Thursday, then who knows when we're going to meet. So in those learning objectives, we suggest to refer to specific sustainable development goals, maybe even to the target level if possible. Now, I've seen lots of learning objectives over the course of my career that were essentially a bullet point list of the contents taught in the course. So if I teach a course on requirements engineering, and I'm going to teach stakeholders, I'm going to teach requirements elicitation, I'm going to teach requirements verification or validation, and I teach use cases. Are those four things good learning goals? Is students write use cases, is that a learning goal? It's a knowledge learning goal, yeah. So if I only use the bullet points of the content, then I'm not being very clear at what level I really expect a student to have competency about it. So a useful distinction is this typology of three different types of learning objectives. The first one is knowledge and understanding. So I can, for example, know different types of software systems. embedded systems, cyber-physical systems, hybrid systems, information systems. That is something that I can learn as a student. That's a list. I can remember it. Then there is competence and skills. So my ability to do something as a student. Maybe after a software design course, I can model object diagrams. So being able to model object diagrams would be a learning objective on the skill level. And then the maybe most difficult types of learning objectives are judgment and approach learning objectives, where I'm not only able to do the thing, I can also compare different versions of the thing and then say which one of those is a better solution and why. So for that, we need a bit higher level of the skills. And then it's good to know, okay, I want students to be able to model an object diagram. But then how do I instruct that in class? It's good for me to think about that ahead of time. Because if my only way of teaching you how to model an object diagram is to show you a couple of examples of, this is what an object diagram looks like. Here's another example, here's another example, and then you write a test about it as students, then maybe you're not yet so competent at it. So it would be better if I say, here are the steps you do to model an object diagram, and now you do it with this example, and then we talk about your solutions. Then you're probably going to get really good at modeling an object diagram. Yes, Yari?
In the learning objectives, it's really good to use the verbs. Student knows, is able to do something, describing the kind of learning, what they can do after that.
Yes. This was the grammar part of today's presentation. We need a verb in every learning goal. Yes. And here's a word I'm still missing because we weren't able to log into Dropbox to look it up. So I'm gonna put the proper name of the H framework. The name started with an H. So there are certain ways how we use the verbs in here. For example, a student knows to describe a knowledge and understanding goal. A student is capable of to describe a skill learning objective. And a student can assess for a judgment and approach learning goal. So far for the theory. Now we get to the practice. Now you get to try this out. So I'm going to ask you for example learning goals, also through Slido. First category, knowledge and understanding. So for the courses you have put in previously that you are curious about redesigning, what would be an example learning goal for the knowledge and understanding category? What would be an example of a knowledge and understanding learning objective for the course that you propose to redesign or that you're curious to redesign? Same QR code as before. Let's see what your thoughts are on this, what your examples are. What do I have to learn in electromagnetic something something? Theory and practice. What? What do I have to learn in formal methods? What do I have to know and understand and show that I know and understand that? Okay, architecture of computers and its components. What's missing in here? The verb! Okay, so maybe we can have a rephrase. Who posted this? If a student is supposed to know the architecture of computers and its components, like, can we have a rephrase of that? What does the student need to know? Does the student need to know all the components that are in the architecture of a computer? Okay, so a student needs to be able to explain the core concepts and trade-offs associated with the 5 dimensions of sustainability. Yes, that would be an example in the context of software systems. Bloom's taxonomy. Bloom's. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, Bloom's taxonomy has a couple more different types, but we kind of grouped them. Good, so discrete mathematics. Okay, somebody's way ahead of the game here. This is a very good starting point for the session after the coffee break. So for a course on discrete mathematics, if we want to embed sustainability concepts, we could integrate that by using graph theory to model sustainable transportation networks. So sustainability relevant examples could be from transportation, could be from energy grids or supply chains. Yes, that's a really good example. And then with the set theory and logic, apply these concepts to model environmental data. Yes, exactly. That is perfect application of how I was thinking about that. So keep those notes for the workshop this afternoon. So learning objective could be to know more about data structures and algorithms for better code patterns. Now here's where the requirements engineer comes in. What does that mean, more? If as a student, I knew nothing about data structures and algorithms for better code patterns before I started the course, now if I know a little something, I'm gonna pass the course. I don't know. So maybe that can be more specific and we could say, thank you. Maybe you can give that to the team to recharge. So if instead I can say, here is 5 important data structures that students need to know after the course, and then maybe they learn about a basic set of design patterns. Yes. Students need to be able to perform requirements engineering within the context of software development life cycles and processes. Yes. Having insight about the topic of interest and being able to do something in that area. Yes. This is a bit more high level, so that is one that we can use for pretty much any course. So those are some good first examples. Okay. Then let's get to the second category. What would be an example of a competence and skills learning objective? So if we look back onto the previous slide, actually the perform requirements engineering in a specific context, perform requirements engineering in a specific context would be more of a skill learning objective because it's about carrying something out, not only knowing and understanding and remembering it. So maybe this is one for the second category. So please enter an example you would consider to be a competence and skills learning objective. Design and develop software solutions that integrate sustainability considerations, such as carbon footprint reduction, energy efficiency, accessibility, usability, cost effectiveness, and maintainability. Yes, that is a very good example, thank you. Building a robot that helps with house chores. That's a good idea. So at the end of the course, the student should be capable of building a robot that helps with house chores. Being able to design a program following the software lifecycle. Yes. Create clear stakeholder-oriented requirement specification. Yes. Developing systems thinking and modeling skills to analyze and solve sustainability-related problems. Yes. Students should be able to provide formal specification of a real-world problem against the background of sustainability. That's a great example. Yes, absolutely. Practical application of learned knowledge and skills, designing prototypes of what was learned. Yes. Now, if we can make that more specific to what knowledge and skills it would be in this particular case, because we're looking for specific examples, that would be even better. Students can carry out unit tests on the individual unit of a software system. Yes, great. Perform accurate patient diagnosis by interpreting clinical lab results and medical histories. Yes, good example of competence and skills learning objective. Students should be able to design algorithms that optimize resources. Yes, very good. All right, I see you getting the hang of it very quickly. That's great. Use combinatorial methods to assess the likelihood of environmental events and model scenarios and resource allocation and conservation efforts. Yes, great, perfect. Students should be able to analyze and solve complex engineering problems involving electromagnetic fields by applying Maxwell's equations. Yes, I remember that name. I couldn't do it anymore, but I remember the name. And design simple waveguides or transmission line systems for real-world communication or energy applications. Yes, good example, very specific. Nice. And then we still have a third category. And the third category would be judgment and approach. Students should be able to develop a sample project management plan. Yes, good example. Okay, then let's move to the next category. So we move from competence and skills to judgment and approach. So how would you say should a student be able to assess something? Maybe assess design alternatives, or how can they judge maybe a certain decision that was made and reflect on a decision, on a design decision that was taken, or on the way how a medical case was judged by a doctor. Maybe they can reflect on that. What would be other examples of a judgment and approach learning goal in your particular context? Constructive criticism, that is a very good hint or a very good pointer. I would love for that to be a bit more detailed. So the students should be able to apply constructive criticism to software architecture or whatever the context is. So the constructive criticism is a good area for judgment and approach, and it would be great to make it a bit more specific. A student should be able to make use of the most appropriate testing techniques when carrying out software testing. Yes, so they need to be able to judge different testing methods and to select the most appropriate one in a given circumstance. What else? A student should be able to evaluate software development methodologies and select the most suitable approach based on project requirements, team dynamics, and scalability. Yes, very good example. Students should be able to do performance evaluation of the developed robotic arm. Yes. Students should be able to do performance evaluation of the developed robotic arm. That will be a capability or a skill, but if I say they should be able to do a comparative performance evaluation of the developed robotic arm to judge different design alternatives, then it would be a judgment learning objective. Students should be able to evaluate different software lifecycle, for example, to know the best one for a particular task. Yes, so I can choose different lifecycle approaches depending on what kind of project I have to do. Students should be able to do ethical reasoning and problem solving, evaluating modeling approaches and reflective practice. Yes. So I think it could be made a bit more specific for the context of the course. A reflective practice in general is very valuable, and anything that has a reflective practice would be considered a judgment and approach learning objective. A student should be able to identify a Cauchy-Euler system and follow its solution procedure. Yes, being able to identify could be considered a judgment learning objective. Students should be able to critically evaluate the suitability of electromagnetic models and boundary conditions for solving real-world engineering problems and justify the selection of appropriate methods or tools in designing electromagnetic systems in line with ethical and sustainability considerations. Yes, very good, very detailed example. Good. I see we're gonna go through this afternoon without any trouble. There's some good examples in here. I'm sorry, this microphone is acting up a little. So after we've figured out the learning objectives, what's next? The next piece is the sustainability competencies. And Yari was introducing a framework that is a bit more comprehensive than the one I had yesterday. So yesterday we were talking about the 5 competencies that were defined by Wieck et al. And Brundiers. And then this morning in the GreenComp framework you saw 12 competencies. Luckily, one is a subset of the other. So the 5 sustainability competencies are actually part of those 12. And while we're at it, we might as well think about the 12, because we have time this afternoon, so let's do it in detail. So on the worksheet, you're going to find all 12 of the GreenComp framework in those 4 different topic areas, and then the different sub-competencies here. And one, critical thinking, we were already talking about, a couple of the others as well. Good. Next piece is going to be the guidance questions. So in the individual topics of the course, maybe it's not going to be your entire course to relate to it. Maybe you have a breakdown of these are the 10 topics that I usually teach in the 10 weeks that I have for the course. And then I can say, well, which aspect of this course is most related to sustainability? It could be, for example, in software analysis and design that I talk about the environmental impact. That is something that I could do with the SUSA framework that we introduced yesterday. I could also speak about user accessibility, like how accessible is this system? Thank you so much. How accessible is the system for users that I didn't think about so much during development? Like how accessible is the system for somebody who only has intermittent network access, for example? And then, let's say if I talk about cybersecurity as a course, which was also one of the examples we brought in, what are the company assets that I have to think about that we want to protect in the cybersecurity course? What is social engineering and how do I deal with that? And then for each of those topics, maybe we can find one of the sustainable development goals to relate. And here they're quoted again, but you also have the figure later on to refer to. So in the worksheet, you're just going to have a little bit of additional space for detailing some of the sustainability-related topics. I don't think I have an input here. Next, and this is where I'm going to request one more input, is teaching methods. So a couple of the teaching methods that I like to use, if I don't feel expert enough in a topic, for example, if we're talking about the electromagnetic something, then maybe I invite that professor to give a guest lecture in my course, if it's supposed to be one of the topics that I get taught in the course. So if you have a specific sustainability topic that seems to be a good relation in your course, for example, I'm teaching statistics, I would like to use the examples of biodiversity and air quality, maybe I can invite somebody who does air quality or biodiversity in their research to come in and give a brief guest lecture on that in my course, and then the students have all the relevant background to then carry out a set of assignments in this particular area. Then we've already spoken about the second option, where I have a client with a sustainability concern. So this is what we often do when we have team projects. Do you use team projects a lot here? Or is it all individual projects that students have to do? Who of you does team projects in their course? Okay. Only individual projects in some of the courses? Not so much. Okay, sometimes, depending on the topic. Okay. And then maybe there can be a case system that I can use. That is something that Jari does in a lot of his courses. Here's an environmental challenge that we have in our local area, for example, with the water systems, with the waste sorting, or something else, and then we can use that. There could be the student activity. Instead of me giving them a local challenge, the students can also come up with those challenges. And then whatever challenges we don't use in the course, I could save for next year if I need some more ideas. And there is a number of works out there that have written about teaching sustainability in a certain course context that one can get inspiration from. And all those links, those blue links, will be accessible to you from the Sustainify guideline that you'll get after the coffee break. So in the worksheet then, we're also going to ask, well, what are the teaching methods that you intend to use? And I'm curious to learn a little bit more about the teaching methods that you like to use here. So on the next slide, I'm going to ask you for your input again. So I have a sense there is way more than what is on this slide. This is just a starting point. And I'm curious about what teaching methods you use in your courses and what of them you would consider useful for sustainability. Is it maybe having a guest client come in? Is it having a guest lecturer? Is it me developing a little bit of extra competence in one of those sustainability areas and saying, okay, now we're going to apply my course content on cases in that area? Or is it going to be, we're going to go visit a company that does related work and learn from that? That's something that Jari also does with his SE4GD students. They go visit some software engineering companies that do sustainability-related work. Practical teaching methods. That's a good start. Can I ask for a little more detail? I would love to discuss these things a bit more. And practical teaching methods is a very big umbrella. Flipped classroom approach, yes, very good. We talked about that this morning. Project-based learning, focus group session, think, pair, share, yes, all very good stuff. Comparative coding exercise, very nice, yes. Gaining some knowledge in sustainability and applying it to the course content, yes. Mm-hmm. Sustainability is more broad, even within software engineering, with software engineering being added as part of it, but practical methods stated earlier is putting to practice all what has been taught, including the theories. Yes, this is a very encompassing statement. So I would love to hear a couple of examples of those practical methods. They should tell students the impact and let them know the value they possess based on this knowledge and how it can change the environment positively or negatively when not utilized properly. Mm-hmm. So, if I'm going to interpret, does that mean like they would be the instructors in a course? So instructors should tell students the impacts, and I'm concluding from the rest of the sentence that this refers to the environmental impact, and let them know the value they possess based on this knowledge. The person who wrote this, would you like to clarify a bit? If you're online, you're welcome to unmute. Okay, so we'll have to go with my interpretation for now. So instructors should tell students about the impact that certain methods may have that we use, and then that also empowers the students in return to say, okay, I can have a positive or a negative environmental impact here, and I'm gonna choose wisely when to apply it. Then, interdisciplinary collaboration. Yes, absolutely. It's good to work across different disciplines, and it's something that we don't very much get incentivized to do at the university, because universities are big organizations and there are sometimes these disciplinary silos, so it's really nice to have people move in between different disciplines. I had a few great conversations yesterday from PhD students who had degrees in other disciplines before, and then now they come into a new discipline and can apply their knowledge there. So I find it really useful and really valuable. Good, flipped classroom. Teamwork and group assignments, project-based methods, and case-based methods. Yes. Mm-hmm. Good. Very nice. I think it's time for questions. Let me check my slide set, but I think that's the last slide for my introduction. Yes. So maybe we can also put in one more Q&A slide. If somebody online is... Oh, the Q&A did already work. I have a sense that this is the Q&A from yesterday. So feel free to raise your hand if you have questions or comments, or feel free to put it in the chat if you, or in the Slido, if you don't feel comfortable doing it directly. Is that a question or? No, okay. Bless you. So, if I may refer to that first question, independent of whether it came in yesterday or today, how can we educate on social sustainability? So I think within software engineering, there's two really important points. One is, am I giving everybody access who should have access to this? Because a lot of the time we voluntarily or involuntarily exclude certain user groups. That may be because of the type of bandwidth users can access. That may be because of individual capabilities of the user. Say, if I can't see colors and the user interface designer of the application didn't foresee a user that can't differentiate certain colors, they might have trouble navigating the application. Or if I have trouble seeing at all, then is there a version to access the system that reads out loud what the user interface is? That is one part of it. And another part is, what is the impact that the system has on individuals and on society. So this is where we come back to the impacts of social media that we spoke about yesterday, of the impacts of AI. So there is a lot of misinformation out there. There is some addictive features in some of the systems that are not healthy for us, and so on. Then, what is my take on AI and sustainability? Proceed with caution is my take on it, very briefly. So I think there is some uses where it can be very beneficial and help us protect the environment. And I see now every day that the environmental effects of AI and the amount of it that we use are gravely underestimated. And that's why I say proceed with caution. When we talk about software engineering, are we basically talking about creating softwares to provide different solutions to different SDGs, to provide solutions to different SDGs? We're not limiting ourselves to that. What we are trying to do within the summer school is we want to explore how software engineering can contribute to sustainability, for example, by helping solving some of the SDGs. But that's not all of software engineering. We are well aware that there's also other parts of software engineering out there that we still serve and take care of. And maybe if we bring a bit more of sustainability related topics into general software engineering, then every software engineer that graduates from this university or from anybody participating will have a notion of, oh, software engineers, we basically design the world because there's very little that works these days without software. So as a software engineer, I have a huge potential impact on the world. And given that I understand this responsibility and also this agency that I have in my profession, what do I want that impact to be? And can I be mindful about the sustainability of the products and services that I contribute to when I design code, when I write code? Good. And then last, as a student aspiring, or just the audio system. Good. So as students aspiring to learn about sustainability, where do I start as a new student from the dimensions? I would say the best one to start is the environmental one. One can look at the SDGs, which are across those 5 dimensions. One can look at the planetary boundaries that we referenced yesterday in the keynote to get a better understanding of the environmental sustainability. I find that one is a very good starting point. So sustainable development goals and planetary boundaries, those are a good starting point. And then thinking about how does my work and what I learn as a student and the direction that I want to go in for my profession, how does that relate to impact on some of those planetary boundaries, to impact on some of those SDGs and maybe the targets that define them a bit more specifically. I hope that helps, and feel free to post follow-up questions on this. Oh, there's more. Ah, that's the same one. It's a summary. Okay. Good. Any more questions or comments in the room or online? Yes, Dr. Rafai.
Thank you very much for your expertise. My question is on this Bloom's taxonomy that kind of have these levels of complexity of knowledge, and the emphasis is on the application, how to apply those theories. Not that students are made to kind of some form of rote learning, no. So how do we incorporate sustainability into the different layers of the Bloom's taxonomy. So that's...
Yeah, that's a very good question. Thank you. So let's dig up a couple of examples. I could, for example, say at the end of the course, the students should know the Sustainable Development Goals. Or I could say they should know and understand the planetary boundaries. On a competence and skill level, I could say students are able to apply the sustainability awareness framework and identify potential long-term impacts of software systems on the different dimensions of sustainability. And as a judgment and approach example, I could say, using the sustainability awareness framework, the SUSAF, students are able to assess different design alternatives and critically reflect on which impacts need to be mitigated and which impacts should actually be supported so that they actually happen if they are positive impacts. So those would be examples, and it's a very good thought. I can add those examples to the slide set. That's probably a useful reference to have. Do you have any more thoughts on that, Yari? No? Okay. Good. Yes.
Okay, good morning. My to integrate sustainability topics in classroom for students to learn. How can we apply that framework? That's my question.
Okay, thank you. So, how we can apply the SUSAF framework or the Green Comp framework?
Yeah.
Okay, both of those. So the Green Comp framework is one that helps us with the sustainability skills. Where was it? Here. So it is something that the educators, the instructors get to think about, like how do I best teach my students valuing sustainability or supporting fairness within my course. I can think of that as a student. I can think of all these competencies as something that I want in my general education. I want to be able to do good problem framing. I want to be able to do critical thinking. And I want to know what systems thinking is and how I can use it. And I want to think about how in my personal life I can choose to promote nature. And then as an instructor in a course, I can think about how I can do that through the course content that I teach. So if I teach requirements engineering, I can think about how do I bring systems thinking into teaching requirements engineering so that the students also learn something about systems thinking while they're in my course. And then for the SUSAF framework, for the Sustainability Awareness Framework, that is a particular method that one could use within a course to assess the long-term impacts of a system. So if as a student in a software engineering course I get to develop a project, say a university information system, and it doesn't have a very specific sustainability context, but I can use the Sustainability Awareness Framework to evaluate the sustainability impacts of that university information system. And I can say, well, what are the impacts on the environmental dimension? What are the impacts on the social dimension? And so on. Does that help? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. I think with that, I will pass back to Dr. Rufai. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her. It's been wonderful. So I think we can go for the tea break now, in the absence of any other question. So that's going to be 1 hour. So I appeal to those online. You can join us in the next 1 hour. Then we continue. So thank you very much. How are you? Well done. Hello. So, my good self, so we're going to anchor this segment.
Thank you very much. So I'll pick up from where Associate Professor Bridget stopped. And we've heard a lot today about what kind of learning outcomes we should have within our courses and how that relates to some of the well-established competencies. And I know some of you might be in my shoe because at least I saw that from the questions and also the responses from the previous presenter. How do I integrate sustainability into a software engineering program? And within that program, looking at each of the courses we teach, how do we do that? Well, in terms of program, tomorrow we will cover that, but today I would focus more on the courses. And I will share an experience from my own struggle and challenge in the past on how sustainability was integrated into my requirement engineering course. And the reason for selecting requirement engineering is as a result of the data we got back when the previous presenter was asking, what courses would you love to at least have that sustainability as a key element? So here's an example from my course. This is the learning outcome, I think that was in 2024, the knowledge-based outcome and the skill-based outcome. I won't dwell so much on this, but just would like to share my own experience regarding how I went from the beginning. So in 2020, I started to think of this, and the first thing I did, which the previous presenter made mention, is if you think you are not capable enough, maybe a guest lecture. So what do? I invited her and Colin over there. So I asked her to present to my students what does sustainability mean in requirement engineering. And for Colin, I asked him to make another guest lecture on how sustainability can be embedded into software engineering. So this was my starting point in a requirement engineering course. And in 2022, I went a bit further. So now I also have a topic within my course where the focus is on sustainability. What does it mean? And what are the 5 sustainability dimensions? And also we had this other additional guest lecture on, how do I get that off? Okay, let me get this. Okay, that's not moving. So we also had this requirement engineering guest lecture on sustainability, which allowed students also to learn more from an external person. And in 2022, the course evolved, where we have several topics. First, what is sustainability and why is it important? The next is about sustainability and requirement engineering. And here we are using the stakeholder model, the goal model that was created by B, seated here, so you can ask her more about that. And the sustainability awareness framework, because requirement is the starting point of any software design. I agree with whoever wrote that, maybe the online audience, and also those of you physically present here. And as requirement engineers, it is important to understand that the requirement you gather, which informs the decision in terms of the design of any product or services, has an impact. And how do we educate students to understand the impact of such requirements? Well, the sustainability awareness framework was quite a good framework for us because it allows them to think of the future potential impact of the product that will come out as a result of this requirement. So that was pretty a good one. And additionally, I continued with the tradition of having a guest lecture on requirement engineering and sustainability. And in 2023, I think it was in a conference. I don't know if it was ICT4S previously or something. Somebody asked, so how do you check how well students were learning, apart from the normal assignment and all that? And how do you gauge? What is the baseline? So I decided to have a pre-survey on sustainability awareness, so before they start the course, and a post at the end. So in addition to the assignment and all that, in order for me to gauge how well at least they are aware of this within this course model. And here also, you don't need to read. I'm not doing this for the purpose for you to read, but I'm happy to see that why gathering requirements at the end when they have the requirement specification, because I do teach traditional requirement gathering and also agile. So when they have that ready, it's good to see that they also apply this. So this is for a gaming app they intend to create. So at the end of the requirement specification, and also they had some items in the product backlog if you're looking at the agile way, They were also able to use the goal model to allow them break the sustainability goal into the business goal, the usage goal, and the system goal. And within each of these goals, align that into the different sustainability dimension. And here, through the sustainability awareness framework, we have the SUSA diagram, which is more of a visualization diagram to show how each impact, potential impact that they could think of based on the guideline of this framework, what are the potential impacts they could identify from each of these dimensions. So it allows them to think of sustainability. It allows them to come back and refine their requirements, because based on what they've specified and the analysis they've done, it created that awareness and knowledge to say, how then do I refine this to take into consideration some of those negative impacts that we've identified. So this was one of the ways I've gone about that in my course. And in terms of the pre and post, here you could see initially when we started the course, I said, okay, what do you understand by sustainability? And you could see that here is more of a themes that emerge from that data. And at the end, and within this team, you'll see it's more of technology, maybe technical dimension, a bit on technical dimension, just a little bit on the environmental dimension. And over here, the interesting thing for me was that they started looking at things beyond just the technical and an environmental dimension. I started to see stuff about well-being, and I started to see stuff about privacy, things around trust, equity, community. So as developers, as requirement engineers, what you do has an impact. So it's not all about just technically sound system or a system that is the most energy efficient, but also about the users. It has an impact on the users, and it also has an impact on you as a developer. So this, for me, in terms of awareness, was a good outcome from the course. So switching back to the template provided here. So for you, as educators, and even as students, because it would be nice as students to also suggest some ideas, I would say, can we form a group? Maybe we can make that, and Dr. Ekpinimo and Dr. Rufai, if you can help me with that. So can we have groups and work in groups? What? And for those of you online also, it would be nice to have Colin, I don't know, is one of you online for the online audience? What about Colin? Are you online? No. Yari, can you join online, please? So follow with the online audience, at least, as we go through this activity. Okay, so I've shared my own struggle, my starting point to where I am now regarding how I've embedded sustainability into my course. So using this template, which for those of you with laptop, you can download. I shared that to those of you online also. I shared this earlier. So can you then think of, as a group, have that discussion in relation to sustainability? What course do you teach that you think, okay, this course will be a good course for me to embed sustainability concerns into this course? So have that short discussion first and agree, because it's good that for each team you agree on a course so we can walk through that to the end. So think of a course together. So in my case, it's requirement engineering. In your case, it might be something different. For those of you just joining, we're about to start the activities to discuss with your group member. And for the online audience, you can always post, you can drop your message, that is good. So what course do you teach or that you would love that integration of sustainability into the course? As a student also, what course are you currently taking that you feel like, oh, it would really be nice for me to have a knowledge of sustainability in this kind of course? So fill in those information as message in the chat. That is also good. Yes. Okay. What would be the best way? Okay, wait. So if you're on the Zoom link, I've also dropped the file there on the Zoom link. So you can get the file. It's there on the Zoom link. So have you decided on what course, or you're still discussing? So have you agreed on what course you would take? What course is that? We agreed on district mathematics. Okay, good.
So the first thing we did was I pick or I agree on a course. That's the initiation stage, right? So we've been able to initiate the next thing is to plan. What we are not doing now is what we are planning. So we are trying to see, okay, first of all, understand what project management is, how we can, what are the concepts, understanding the guiding principles behind project management. Next thing is initiation. That's when we now begin to identify the sustainability principles in years into it. Then of course we begin to monitor and control, and that's another stage.
So have you agreed on what course?
Yes, project management.
Project management, okay, that's good. Have you agreed on the course? Okay. Yari, can you get that off the screen? So, yes. Can you take that off the screen? So for those of you online, you can also join the rooms created so you can work in teams. Okay. So let's go to the next step. Now we have, let's go together, please. So now you have the courses, which is good. Now the next thing is for us to say, what are your intentions for that course? So we have discrete mathematics, we have project management, we have software what? No, that is more of the program. Within that, what course? Requirement engineering. Okay, so what is your main goal for that course? So can you discuss among yourself and put certain things down? What will be the focus? Can they get this off, Dr. Epenimo? Can they get this off so at least it's easier for people to see? The breakout room. So just close this. Click on the X. That's it. And that's it. Yeah. Okay, maybe I stop sharing and share again. Okay, maybe I stop sharing. Okay. Good. Okay, yes. I shared that already on. No, don't use this one. Use the. Are you in the Zoom? Did any of you join the Zoom? No. Okay. So for those of you not on the Zoom link, or maybe you have challenges joining that, you can also check online on this team discrete mathematics. So you can search for this, and I think you'll get that easily. So this is the worksheet, the current version. Search for this online and okay. So the same template I'm presenting, that is that. So search for it online, and I think it will take you to Zonando straight away. Yeah, I already did for the online audience. So for the online audience, I've also sent you the link. Okay, if you're still looking at that, let me know you got it. Why don't you just join the, okay, wait. Can you go back to all? Yeah, and just click that. Yeah. Yes, click on that. Yeah, take the first one. Yeah, so. I think this is still. No, this is still the old one. Interesting. So then join the Zoom link so you have the. Can you join the Zoom link? Because then the link is there. Or maybe I can create a QR code. You can scan the QR code and it takes you direct to the link. So, did you get it now? You can scan the QR code and it takes you there. Okay. Have you done that? Okay, great. What about discrete mathematics? Okay, good. So let's go back. Oh, not yet? Okay. Done? Okay. So let's continue with our discussion. So now you have the course. Is any of you willing to share what your course is related to? What is the goal of this course? Maybe I can start with requirement engineering, because at least I teach requirement engineering.
Okay, thank you, sir. Actually, we took the software engineering, but we have to at least narrow it down to requirement engineering, which is subset of software engineering. We believe that our focus will be on the non-functional requirement that actually relates to sustainability of the product that will be producing through the software development. For instance, let's look at maybe we have a code that can manage the ATM, for instance, now. And if this software can do everything, all functional aspect of ATM that can do it perfectly, we may not achieve that sustainability unless we look at the non-functional aspects like satisfaction, the security, and some others. In this sustainability here, it will help us to maintain our mental health. Let's say you use our product and you are able to satisfy with the product. You don't have to think of the security or the other environmental impact, like the ATM or the product is offering you. For instance, we are talking of a green sustainability this time around. We believe that if there is energy, I mean the true energy, I mean the green energy, okay, there will not be any problem. The product will be sustainable. We use it for a very long time, and we get the satisfactory satisfaction that we need from this product. And at least it will increase our mental health, like my sister will say here, that the mental health is very important, and well-being is very important, which is one of the SDG goals. So this is just the background of what we are working on this table. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So from the lens of, please, a round of applause for them. So from the lens of requirement engineering as a course, you think non-functional requirements is a key element to allow us embed sustainability. Thank you very much for that. What about team discrete mathematics? So what is your course about? Tell us, what is the goal in your course?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. So, sustainability in discrete mathematics can be applied directly or indirectly, both in the field of computer science and software engineering. So those are some of the points I have to list out. So sustainability can be applied in algorithms and resource optimizations.
Can you hear?
In discrete mathematics.
Can you hear anything? No.
The sustainability link in algorithms and resource optimizations have to do with the algorithms used to design a particular systems. We can make it in the sense that the code optimizations can minimize the energy efficiency of how this code is being processed. So the optimization of a code based on your algorithms and resource sharing can actually help in discrete mathematics. So the second one is the modelings and simulations. Sorry. The second one is on the modeling and simulations. District structures are used to model real-world systems. So sustainabilities in modeling and simulations can be found in waste flow models and epidemics models. So if a district, if a systems is designed on a ground of having sustainability in a mindset, so these issues can actually be resolved and actually be applied as well. So in the another point again is on cryptographies and data minings. So we have in several in technology involvement in like cryptography minings, data minings, as of we have today. This actually come into place whereby the district mathematics play a vital role on cryptography, underlining on the mathematics aspect of how data is being mined appropriately. So if there is a secured and how will I put it? If there is a secured and process or having sustainability mindsets in these particular areas, cryptography and data mining can actually be achieved without enough data losses in atmosphere as well. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, I want to add to what our colleague just said. Yes. Okay, so basically, discrete mathematics deals with the thinking. So the first steps as a computer scientist and engineer, it requires the thinking. And for, let's say, for example, distribution. Now, let's say we have a system, the inflow and outflow of data can actually make the application either energy efficient or let's say the network latency of that particular application. Let's say the inflow of that data, it can be more. It can take a lot of energy to compute that particular data to bring it out. So we can use a topic like graph theory in discrete mathematics to pinpoint that aspect out. So to make sure to reduce energy waste as well. And also in the sense that in the thinking, logical thinking, why I said it is because we have topic like Boolean algebra there, whereby if you were to do a particular, let's say, on, off, and when this particular thing do like this, you either on it or you either off it to reduce carbon emissions coming out from a particular hardware, because in sustainability it talks about when you have a bad software is equals to the high electricity usage and also carbon emission, high carbon emission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is very interesting. So we have our mathematicians in-house explaining to us how the application of mathematical theories and also the application of mathematical knowledge could help us design more energy efficient systems and also apply that in simulation, as he has pointed out, to allow us predict before we actually create the actual product. Thank you very much. Now we go to team project management. So what is your course about? What are the goals of this course?
All right, thank you. So we chose project management as a course. So at the end, the goal of the course is to be able to teach students how to manage and execute projects that is delivered within a scheduled time and within budget, while meeting customers' expectation. And the students should also be able to manage risk effectively, and they should be able to manage stakeholders and their interests in the course of the project. Thank you.
Very much. So this is interesting. And online, do we have, for those in the breakout room, Yari, are you helping us with the breakout rooms? Okay. Okay, let me see. I also don't have access to the breakout rooms. Dr. Rufai and Dr. Ikpenimo, do you have access to the breakout rooms?
Yes, we can access it.
So can you make a broadcast or?
We make a broadcast already.
Okay. Great. Okay. So for the sake of time, let's progress. So thanks for highlighting some of the goals of your course. I would really appreciate if, as you work in teams, you are able to fill out this template so that at the end, we could have a short presentation from each team on what you've actually filled. So now, let's move to the next part. So in terms of sustainable development goals, which of them do you think you would say this definitely relates to what this course is about, or the goals of this course? So which of them can you highlight? So you can have that discussion, and at the same time have a discussion on the target level. So you can say, yes, we are looking at SDG 2, SDG 3, 4, whatever it is that is the SDG. Now, in terms of the target level, you should also be able to say, within this sustainable development goal, these are the key targets that relate to the goals of this course. And finally, what you would then make here is a short course description. Is it okay? Okay. So at the end of this activity, you're able to create a new course description with the lens of sustainability. So can we do that within the next, let's say, 10 minutes? So as a team, so first of all, you look at which SDGs, I would like to say my course, project management, discrete mathematics, requirement engineering, what SDGs will I highlight to say, okay, this relates to that, based on the course goal. And the second is, okay, high level, SDG 1, SDG 2, 3, but targets within each of those sustainable development goals, what are the target levels? So, because those are the concrete things. You can have a sustainable development goal, fine, but the target level are the actual concrete thing that you can relate to your course. And finally, you create a new version of your course description. So 10 minutes, okay?
Because they always get kind of left out of their group discussions. And then we would have them present the entire thing as we move along.
I got some. What happened? Karen, what did I have? One time.
Yes.
I got some. Bye, man. More. I got. Yes, sir. Sini. Oh, saya kira aku pun. Oh, saya cinta baca kan. No, oh, saya cinta baca ni. Ini kan ada apa zaman di malah si lepa. Ini ada ni kan. Yang mau apa? Apa? Okay, no, ni bayar kan. Fi ṣọ́ọ̀bù mi. Okay. Okay. Oh, and the generator. So, see, what I want to do anything. Ó dàgé táǹkì yín sọ́tí wá báyìí ti ṣe gan. Ní ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ sí mi. Ẹ máa rẹ pé 4,000.
No, Abiodun, kindly mute. No, mute, please. Mute.
Ṣé orí ọtọ́ ni? Pẹ̀lú sólà yẹn ṣá. Ọtọ́ ni. Kò sí wàhálà. Tọ́ba ti wáyà sí bátìrì ọmọ kan mọ́. Nǹkan tó yẹ kó bá a lè wà kọ́ sí ibẹ̀ tí ọmọ lè ra ẹ̀kọ́. Ibẹ̀ tó máa jẹ́ the same size ní ìfẹ́lẹ̀. Ọmọ ayé ìfẹ́ inú alábàlẹ̀ ti lè rí ní bátìrì. Èmi ò sí ẹ̀ mọ́ bí mi ṣe máa fẹ́ picture sí yẹn. Wọ́n ní mo ṣẹlẹ̀ sílẹ̀ ẹ̀ kò jẹ́ bá sí mi. Kò jẹ́ bá sí mi. Inú alábàlẹ̀ Neptune. Mo máa bèrè sá. Ilé ẹjọ́ ní wọ́n lè wà láàrin púpọ̀ sí ìgbẹ́ni ìṣọ́.
Ṣé o ní garanti fọ́ ọjà rẹ̀ náà?
Nǹkan rẹ̀ náà ní bá fẹ́ ra bí abí wáyà mi nǹkan ní máa rà ní tó ra ní ìkan company material direct. Company material direct. Mo mọ̀ ọ́n bí company. Ilé ìyẹ́dà tí àwọn ọmọ Ìgbò lè kó wọlé. Kò ní ọmọ tí ó sì company ní Nàìjíríà. Kárí company wà máa mú. Táwọn máa ṣe ìdílé tó bá ti rí yẹn option ìjọ máa ra ti complete méjì. So that's all the two options tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀. Lórí àti mix bàtì mọ́ ní bàtì nǹkan tó lè jẹ́ kí kan bàjẹ́ ó ní kí wọ́n máa ti máa fẹ́ ṣe náà. Kò lè jẹ́ kí kan rí bàtì rẹ̀ kó lè pọ̀ yẹn kó tó lè ní ṣù. Kó lè pọ̀ yẹn. So usage ẹ̀ pọ̀ ṣe láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà ó ti ní supply shop. Ìyẹ́sìn àwọn supply shop ọmọ rẹ̀ wọ́n supply bẹ̀ mọ́ mọ́. Gbàrú kíní kan tó wà láwọn máa ṣìpò wálẹ̀ láti mọ̀ kán ti gbé lóòdù tó pọ̀ tó ní. Ẹ kò ṣe kàn tó ń sọ. Lóòdù ṣọ́ọ̀bù náà wà connected sí bàtà ọ̀hún. Ó wà lórí ẹ̀. Àwọn lè connect nǹkan wọ́n lè tan òfin ìgbà míì wọ́n máa rẹ pé kò sí náà nílé ìwádà yẹn kíní kan gbìyànjú. Àwọn ẹ̀kọ́ ọmọ yẹn wá lò wọ́n wá rí pé kíní green tó wà láyé ó ti wálẹ̀ àwọn ọmọ kò bá lóòdù yìí. Ká ní pé mi ò fi kíní yẹn sí àdéhùn ọ̀dọ̀ bàtà yẹn máa ní ṣù. Ó lè bọ̀ mo fẹ́ ká gbé àwọn kíní yẹn sí ọjọ́ yẹn bàbá lẹ́yìn kíní kan owó yẹn ti pọ̀ jù òun náà tọ́jú. Wọ́n ti connection ti wà bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ rẹ̀ jù èmi kan mi lè tampa pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ iná ẹ̀ dé ṣọ́ọ̀bù ọ̀hún.
No, ó yẹ kó máa rí fáàtì ká ètò dájú pé kó máa jẹ́ pé kíní kò sí.
Òun máa ti gbàgbé.
No, you remind us. So for anything to that you fẹ́ complain, you know that and you have to
lóòdù pọ̀ lórí ẹ̀ lóòdù ẹ̀ pọ̀ lórí ẹ̀ má sì máa tètè rí kí iṣẹ́ ti pọ̀ jù lórí ẹ̀ náà ẹ̀ lè kàn bẹ́ẹ̀ rí ibẹ̀ àti ibà ọmọdé máa kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n máa wọlé máa kọ́ sí nígbà nílẹ̀ tébù kan wà ní yàrá yìí wọ́n máa kọ́ sí àwọn àárín ìjà ṣọ́ọ̀bẹ̀ ó lè tán sí ibi padà sí àwọn ọmọ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ó lè wà nílé èyí ọmọ àwọn inside àwọn ẹ̀ mọ̀ lókè àríṣà kò ṣe control ọjọ́ kan náà nìkan ni ó dàgbọ́jọ́ sí kíní iná ọbẹ̀ iná yẹn partial contact iná yẹn ò tán náà níbẹ̀ ìgbẹ́ mo ti wà mọ̀ pé ìgbà tàgbọ́n wà níbẹ̀ ẹ̀yà yẹn lọ pé iná yẹn ò dé bẹ́ẹ̀ so ó dà kí neutral ti yọ ìjọba bá ń kọ́ ó ti pé that was last year early last year ṣá ọtí early last year.
Yẹn kàn ń sàkóso àti ewu ìfọkànlá ló ń sàkóso.
Ẹ̀yin náà lẹ́wọ̀n ẹ̀sìn bátì kan dè lè sáàbọ̀ ìgbàtà yẹn ò lè ṣiṣẹ́ pẹ̀lú bátì wọn lè rí tọ̀dọ̀ sí nǹkan yẹn kò jẹ́ pọ̀ sí àlọ́ máa fa wáyà láti ìdílé sọ̀rọ̀ sọ́dọ̀ iná ọ̀hún ẹnu kò tẹ̀ ẹ̀dùn ẹ̀yẹ mọ̀ kò sí.
Can I have your attention, please? Team Discrete Mathematics. Team Discrete Mathematics. Can I have your attention? And Requirements Engineering. So, in order to make good use of our time, Okay. In order to make good use of our time, I would only be coming around to your tables to support and guide. So since you all have access to this template, I would encourage each team to walk through this template, fill it up based on your understanding, and as you need help, we will be here to help you out, and I will also be going around throughout this next hour. So by 2, so from now to 2 p.m., whatever you can achieve within that time frame will be good enough before we go for our lunch break. So you fill it out, discuss as a team, and please don't spend too much time only discussing. Spend more time filling out the template so you have something ready for the afternoon session where you would then have to present whatever the outcome of your work has been during the session. Thank you.
Okay,
They have different things. But mo ti lò rí fún mi dédé ló kọ̀ dé bí ilé láti okay. Some of us. Okay. motion sensor. You need that. You actually get it. I just try this. Even got that department. But that allow it. Chinese. Chinese technology for you can't go. Alibaba. Yes, people direct. Well, motion sensor, yeah, man. I'm more because it's man rate. Àwọn company ló máa ń sábà máa ń lò ní but even at that Chinese máa price and wọ́n ti tó àṣírí yìí wọ́n ti parí ìlú ẹ̀ lórí ìtọ́jú ìtọ́ ẹni pé gbogbo gàrúgàrú ẹ̀ lè bẹ̀rẹ̀ pé kí wọ́n lè ṣe àwọn èèyàn ti dà. Pé Amẹ́ríkà yà àti China yà àti gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ yà wọ́n fojú gbà yìí. Wọ́n bọ̀ ìtẹ́ ti lọ. No, the matter of investing the two staff is every 9 out of 10 Chinese. Chile. I'm a lot of lunch. I think after lunch, let's do one. In Thursday, I go after baking snapping. Everyone love we are going to okay, they 3 or they 2. Okay, I will. Can you tell them my future in the next one? Oh, they 3. Sorry. But they yes, she also share content. Exactly. Yes, sir. I thought the choice. Correct. America on Shafish. When I was there, you see, Chairman, sir. This is the next House President. Ah, that's good. Next House President. How are you? You must have been yeah. So, yeah, well, look, we from business with them. No problem. No problem. So, I want I
yes, people are talking. They have done.
Should we put them in the main room or they still have to be in the breakout? Okay. Okay. Since yesterday. No one mo ṣáà rí i pé mo bá ń bì báyìí. That means báwọn èèyàn kì í jalè nìyẹn o. Adédèdùn báwo ni wọ́n náà ṣe gbóló torí ṣáájú olójú bíi mẹ́wàá yìí. A ti charge náà. A ti charge. Àwọn báyìí ni fóònù wọn kì í charge. We want people in the breakout room. It's asking for people in the breakout room. So we need to alert them so that they too can prepare something. Some people are out of the breakout, so I'm putting them back. Okay. Okay. Rob, sir. Fine, sir. You are welcome. Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Hold on, it's all right. Don't worry, àwọn color were online. Àwọn tó wà online. Yes, just like. Wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ lọ́nà àwọn kan ṣiṣẹ́ lọ́nà. Wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ tó 20.
Thank you.
Báwo ni nǹkan?
Okay.
Okay. Just a clarification. Please try to fill as much as you can during this section. So you continue from 1 to 2 and let's see what we could cover before we go for lunch break. The initial information I had was that we would have our lunch 15 minutes ago, but I didn't get any other updates. Maybe there's some delay from that angle. So we just continue with our work and discussion in filling out this form. So if you're done with one, you move to the second section on reflection in the syllabus. So continuously work and fill, and then we will have interactive discussion after when we come back from lunch. Thank you. Just a quick one. So let's keep working until 2:30 and we all go for lunch. And after lunch, we can continue with the activity. Okay? 2:30 and we go for lunch.
Monitor group. Ṣé ó ti ṣe? Ọdún ó wà bẹ́ẹ̀. Charger.
Yes. Battery ti fẹ́ lọ.
Wọ́n ti kọ́ ló ti yọ.
Kò náà ṣe.
Okay. Náà kò ti dùn bẹ́ẹ̀. Okay. That is. Ó dà kó change. Ó dà kó tàn bẹ́ẹ̀ àbí?
Yes.
Ṣé touch screen ni?
Touch.
Ọlọ́ngbọ́lọ́.
Okay. All the best.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
That internet is not working. Let's need to find this. Don't stop. It's one more. Can you pause on this?
Okay, so can I get all your attention? Maybe pause for a minute. The project management team, the discrete mathematics team, and the requirement engineering team. So, requirements, let's have your attention, please. So, thank you for taking the time, and I've gone through all teams, and I see that you're quite progressing with a lot of interesting discussion ongoing. So in the next section, because I can see that quite a number of you has advanced, why maybe the other might still be lacking. So maybe we would spend the next 30 minutes when we are back to give you time to wrap up the first version of the template, and then we can have a discussion based on that. And one thing I would suggest is, yes, our lunch is for 1 hour. Can we make that less?
Yes.
Can we have less time for lunch if that is possible? So is 30 minutes lunch good enough?
Sure.
30 minutes is good enough. So this is 2:30, which means we are back here by 3 p.m. I mean, back in the room. Okay? Thank you very much. So let's go for lunch, and we continue after lunch. Thank you.
We break them up.
Yes. Maybe. No, you can leave. Or just
The earlier we leave for lunch, the better we are back. So maybe it's time to just take a break, discuss why having lunch, and then we come back here.
Thank you, everyone. Might be going for the lunch break now to return at 3 o'clock. At that time, we are going to break out of the rooms. Thank you, sir. Hand over to you. Yes, just 30 minutes. Thank you. Yes, we convene at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Try to continue the discussion all the way to the last part of the template. So let's try our best within the next 30 minutes to wrap it up. And then we would have a quick discussion round to end this section. So, team discrete mathematics, for those of you that are here, maybe you can start. Team projects management, for those of you that are here, maybe you can start. And I can see that requirement engineering is full house. So, yes, yeah, that's my team. I belong there. I'm not a mathematician, neither am I a project manager. Yes, from the software engineering lens, yes. So also make good use of our team. If you have questions, feel free to ask. They can join you, have discussion, clarification. So Yari, Colin, and Birgit is here to help and support also. And for those online, I'm not sure, Yari, are you taking charge of that?
We are hearing you.
Okay.
Are you here?
Okay, the next section. No, I check on the book. That's think of what is on the book. I think sharing educate because talk sharing session. Educators share pride and pride of the students. So me àti Ṣọlá la yà ní ìdọ́gbọ̀n ti ṣe lẹ́ẹ̀kan ló ṣe ń tì sí yes 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 but èyí tó wá ń tì sí because of time tó lọ sí like I must keep saying this question assessment and review because eléyìí ti sọ̀tún educators share pride and what they discuss eléyìí.
So there was a question regarding how do we look at the knowledge-based part and also the skill-based part. So I'm sharing a sample from my own course. This is a different course. Here is a software project management course where we develop softwares in collaboration with company. And as you can see, for the knowledge part, here is the ability to understand and have the awareness about the 5 dimensions of sustainability within the context of software system. And in the skill part is the application of that understanding and awareness into what they do in solving the problem, which is here the ability to design and develop software solutions with the integration of different sustainability considerations like the carbon footprint, the energy efficiency. They are able to conduct this sustainability impact analysis. So here, these are the skills based on their awareness and knowledge. So I hope this helps. Team project management. Does that give you a guide? Okay, so I will switch back to the template.
Are you sure? Responsible consultancy.
Yes. Ẹlòmíì tó náà jìn. Oúnjẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Inú ọ̀rọ̀ kan wá ti ṣe é. Okay, I'll tell you. You don't sign. No, I've not. Sign it. Okay, no worries. Wow. Okay. We're talking about pass through 11511 Well, I mean, maybe through diploma. Diploma, yes. Through diploma. Exactly. Oh my. Oh my boy, you're I guess okay. Oh God, it's all right. Well done. New energy. We are happy that new energy is joining us. How have you guys managed it? Any formula? We are working on it. No, I'm registered. Okay. In the morning, today, you have to. Thanks. What criteria is also used? But it said you not. Did they do meeting today? It's one of the executive. Also executive. Okay. So, any news? It's also committee. I thought the chairman also rejected the money. No, no, we have to reject it to our pocket. No, the point issue now is, they said the non-academics have been receiving their own mainstream to their salary since last year. So that's the information that was. Are you sure? So you don't want them to share with you this one? Then this is for the issue not clarify. It's for which period? We don't know yet because it has not been discussed to the base. Maybe those signs that wasn't mainstream to their salaries, you know. Okay, that one, as this side. Very. Yes. Actually, ẹ̀mí gan-an mo jí lóru ó tètè sùn but mo jí ẹni mo tètè pẹ́ tó sùn àyè sí ní bọ̀ níbi 12 àtọ̀ jí padà pọ̀ because mo láti tètè bí láàárọ̀. Yes. So that me I woke up around past 1 cafe. Even by before. So I know like this. I have to get a the time to the man back up. Chalam. Oh. The attention bishop is for that. One balance. The humble thought. Say, Marai. Oh, I don't. The judge about. Oh, one salary. Not so. What you know, all of us. Yeah, come. So, we'll call for Bishop. Ah. Oh, hey. Oh, look, what's that? Go to you. Oh, okay. Only got it as the organizer. So that's and it does start with good relationship. Like, yes, yes, especially to most and everything like all the So now we find shape and print. So this one they are doing F4. What I said, try.
Okay, for the sake of time and also our ability to also cover other aspects, maybe we can pause requirement engineering team, discrete mathematics, project management. So let's be one house together. So we can pause and have a discussion and sharing section from each of the group. So I'll pass this to Dr. Rufai and Dr. Ikpinimo to anchor that part.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we are going to look at the outcome of the activity of each of the groups, starting in no particular order with this group. This is the district mathematics group, I guess. So who is going to make the presentation? Oh, the gender, we have to be gender sensitive. Oh, okay. She has considered, okay.
Yes, please. Can you join the Zoom link? Please. Do you have access to the Zoom?
The one we feel already. No, the one we feel.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes. 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, sir. Have you been? Where's the document? Zoom meeting, I've joined there. No, should we show the Zoom? Should we show the slide on the Zoom? Okay.
Yeah, there is one there. Should I send documents directly? Problem process. Yeah. I will fast. Go down your mail. Your mail back. Start eating. One year. So you do.
Have you seen it?
This one is one. If you started from here,
Okay.
So good afternoon, everyone. One house. So we are the district mathematics group. So the intention, one, cost relation to sustainability.
It's an echo because he's.
Okay, it's coming up. Expand it. Can you close this? Okay. So, the intention, that's the main focus, is optimization and problem solving. And related SDGs are SDG 4, which is quality education, SDG 2, zero hunger, SDG 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, and SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. We said that in SDG 4 that if we are able to relate our discrete mathematics to our everyday life or to what is happening around us, then the student will be able to understand and they'll be able to get the basic information and develop on it as time goes by. So the related SDGs targeted, addressed, is the industry, innovation and infrastructure, because we are looking at optimization. So once everything is optimized, then we have energy efficiency, we have optimization in every aspect. Then results, that is new short description of the course. Learn how discrete mathematics power sustainable, energy efficient software and support innovation aligned with global sustainability goal. So reflection in the syllabus, the knowledge and understanding, so the objective. So at the end of the course, the students should be able to, under the knowledge and understanding, we said understand set stroke graph theory, algorithm and complexity, Boolean algebra, and mathematical induction and recursion. So all these topics will help the students to be able to, implement whatever in whatever area. And the way of instruction is we talk about problem and case-based approach, flipped classroom, and for the group assessment we use project-based method. Then for the competence and skill, we say critical thinking, problem-solving skill, logical reasoning, and data modeling. So for the way of instruction, we are looking at technical method, problem-based, think, pair, share approach. And for the assessment, we are looking at project-based, real-world application. Then for the judgment and approach, we are looking at solutions, evaluation, and methodology. Then we look at flipped classroom and exam and test based in order to assess the student on whatever they must have come up with. So I'm going to give my colleague to continue with the third and fourth.
Okay. Okay. So I really appreciate my colleague for that. So I'm going to take from the third slides, which is sustainability competencies to be taught within the course. So there are 12 competencies under the Green Comp frameworks, and the first one is actually embodying sustainability values. So under embody sustainability values, so the students must understand valuing sustainability. They must value it. It must impact them. We wrote something. How do we instruct it to the students? Recognize the importance of sustainability for individuals and society. Okay, so we must teach them the way they could actually impact or know how important sustainability is for individuals and society. And also, how do we assess that the students understand this? So by reflexive essay or video log on why sustainability matters in software engineering and how it connects to individual goals because we are in the digital age and utilizing the social media to show how it has actually impacted your life using either by article or by creating blog posts. And the next one is supporting fairness. So the way we instruct it is we promote equity and justice in sustainability practices. So how do we assess that is case study, analysis on digital equity, identifying fair and unfair process, and we can make sure that the way it is being handled is actually fair and equal between individuals and the society to ensure fair practices. Okay, and also we promote nature. And one of the most important thing about sustainability is about promoting nature, promoting our environment. So we must learn to respect and protect our nature and the ecosystem. So how do we assess that? Is we create a digital tool or software feature that encourages users to protect the natural environment, e.g., a rewarding based system. Now, why do we use such system? Is that let's say in a high-rise building now, they want to energy efficiency. When it is at the peak power, we can incentivize individuals, tenants, that utilize these appliances when it is off peak power. When the peak power is when the high use of energy at that moment is on. So it will bring about increase of energy loss that will be brought from there. So if you can incentivize individuals or tenants that when you use this when you use it at off-peak hours, you get this particular percentage, and so on and so forth. So it helps to reward them as well doing that. What's the next one? Okay, so the next one is envisioning sustainable futures. So futures literacy, that means we instruct them to think beyond the box. They must imagine multiple alternative futures. How do we assess that? Is you can design a speculative scenario of software zone in a sustainable city. Let's say, for example, virtual reality, gaming system, and so on and so forth. These are ways we can actually envision for the future. And also adaptability. So we must learn to adjust behavior and thinking in response to change. So there's one thing we call history. There's one thing we call history illusion. So the history illusion is learn how to adapt and change to time. So we must instruct them to go to change when it is meant for them to change. And the assessment is reflect on the time you adopted the digital or workflow process to reduce waste or increase energy. So the next one is exploratory thinking. Generate creative and original ideas. So they must learn to think beyond the box, learn to be innovative with ideas to improve sustainability. And also the other one is acting for sustainability. So political agency, it helps in influence sustainability policies and participates in civil processes. So it should be acted by the law by increasing the awareness and policy that guides sustainability. So we instruct them to follow policy to acquire sustainability, and we can also draft and share a sustainability-focused digital policy proposal for your school, workplace, or tech community. These are ways we can assess that. And collective action, that means collaboration, work together to drive sustainability initiative. And that's one of the best ways we can improve, just like we did here now. We work together. So collaborate with one another to run campaign or hackathon to reduce carbon footprint of a software or system. So you can see they can build a framework on how it can help a particular system or software reduce the amount of energy that is actually emitted, the carbon footprint of it. Just like in a building, you can just look at it as building, if you are taking a building, the energy efficiency for building, and the same thing goes for the energy efficiency for software. So we look at the same thing at these two sides. So we must create a collaborative opportunities, and also individual initiative is talking about personal actions that they have. Okay, so let me give it.
So to just round everything up, so the last for now we're talking about the sustainability related topics that we are trying to explain that is in line with the SDG reference. So the first one is the energy efficient algorithms, and we're looking at the sustainability SDG 7, which is the affordable and clean energy, and also the SDG 13, which is climate action. We're talking about the green cloud and data centers, SDG 5 and SDG 5, we talk about the gender equality. Also, we talk about the software lifecycle thinking. SDG 3, which is the good health and well-being, and the SDG 12, which is consumption and production. And also, we talk about the ethical and low impact AI, which is the SDG 10 and SDG 16. And SDG 10 was talking about the reducing inequalities and climate action. And lastly, the digital tools to reduce waste, the SDG 12, which talks about the responsible consumption and production. Thank you.
A round of applause for this group. They've done a fantastic work. So let's see the next group. Please, you have to be time bound because our time is far spent. So you have 5 minutes max to summarize what you have done. So who is going to do the presentation for this group? Oh, is it the same group? Software management? Was it? Okay. We have requirement engineering. Oh, so project management. Where's project management? Okay. Are you ready?
Wait. Both teams, project management and team requirement engineering, it doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to have completed everything.
Exactly.
The idea here is to have a quick, short summary of what you've done, and the essence of that is for others to learn, for we to also discuss, to get some new ideas that you can embed into the templates as you improve on it. So you don't have to be shy about it. It's a short presentation overview of what you've done. Simple as that.
Are you sure? Okay.
So those online can also benefit from your.
Please share it. Share it now.
Okay, online.
Yes. A little time.
Yes, to share.
What about the other group? Are they ready to share? Like I mean,
just maybe less than.
Oh, good. Yes. So, who is presenting?
Good afternoon, everybody. So we chose to work with project management as a course because it's a discipline that cuts across every other discipline, and it is the bedrock of every project that has to be done. So in our course relation to sustainability, the intention or the main focus of this course for our students is to develop students who are able to manage and execute projects that are delivered within schedule and budgets while meeting customers' expectation, manage risks effectively, and manage stakeholders and their interests. So project management isn't just about planning projects. There are some specific criteria that has to be put into consideration, which includes the customer's expectation. It is very important for customers to be satisfied and for the project owner and other stakeholders to have their interests managed. So in choosing our relatable SDGs, we decided to go with goal 9, not just because it is the only SDG that fits into project management, but because project management cuts across every other SDG. In every of the SDGs, you have to do one or two things to put them together for it to be achievable. But goal 9 was an area of interest because it was talking about infrastructure and the sustainable industrialization, which was one of the main focus of this workshop. So goal 9 talks about building resilient infrastructure, promotes inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. So the relevant target of the SDGs is target 9A, which talks about how to facilitate sustainable and resilient infrastructural development in developing countries through enhanced financial, technological, and technical support to African countries, least developed countries, landlocked developed countries, and small island developed states. If we look through this target 9A, it is showing a lot of interest into where we are based here in Lagos. Nigeria, and Africa in general, is a developing area, and Lagos has so many landlocked areas and has small island developing states. So that was why we chose it as our target in SDG 9. Then the other target talks about support domestic technology development, research and innovation in developing countries, and including by ensuring a conducive policy environment for inter alia industrial diversification and value addition to commodities. So for the results, we want to develop a world-class project managers from our students who can facilitate sustainable and resilient infrastructural development and support domestic technology development in developing countries to enhance financial, technological, and technical support to African countries. So we are talking about sustainable development here, sustainable software engineering, and please go down a little bit. And we are interested in building project managers that will not just facilitate sustainable developments in infrastructure, but will also have the support of domestic technology development, since we are doing software engineering sustainability. So then making sure to use wordings that reflect the learning objectives. So our learning objectives for the knowledge and understanding is 1, students have knowledge of technological tools needed to drive inclusive and sustainable project management at the end of the course. 2, students understand project management tools and techniques, frameworks and methodologies, processes and principles, and knowledge areas required to build robust systems and reliable infrastructure. And our way of instruction for the first learning objective is to teach students on how to use project management tools and software. Then for the assessment method, they are all going to be assessed individually to show their expertise in the use of the tools and the project management softwares. So for our second learning objective in knowledge and understanding, the instruction is going to be passed both online and physically, where students can be able to showcase their techniques after, getting the knowledge, the theoretical knowledge from the online class. Then it is also going to be assessed individually. Then the third learning objective for knowledge and understanding is to identify the sub-processes in each knowledge area of project management and their roles in sustainable project management. And that is going to be done by professional project management, which is going to be a guest speaker in one of the lectures. Then it's going to be assessed in group of students. So we talked about the competence and skills. Students can manage projects that support domestic technology within a specified time frame. And it's going to be done physically and accessed individually by the students. Then students can communicate effectively with team members on a judicious use of resources in the execution of a project, because the judicious use of resources is very important in the execution of a project, and that is going to be done online. And project-based work is going to be used as a means of accessing how they can judiciously use their resources. Then students can design an adequate solution to any obstacle encountered in the course. In the course of planning the project, physical and individual assessment as well. Now, talking about the judgment and approach learning objectives, students at the end of the course can identify and carry out tasks that are of higher priority first. They will be able to choose which tasks are of higher priority and decide on when to do them at the proper time. The lecture is going to be delivered physically and they are going to be accessed individually. Then students can identify the most appropriate resources for a particular task to be carried out. They will know which particular tools and resource is more efficient for a task that's supposed to be carried out, and is going to be delivered by a guest speaker and accessed individually. Then lastly, students can decide and make use of the best model for a particular project to be carried out, which is also going to be done online and accessed individually. So that was how far we had gone before the time was cut off. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was a good try. So the last group, not the least. So please share your work.
Good evening, everyone. So our group, our overall course topic was requirements engineering. So we all chose this topic because we believe that sustainability can be instilled in this. And we said that our intent is, oh my God, what happened? Is the main focus on sustainabilities. And our relatable SDGs were SDG 3 and SDG 7, which is SDG 3, I think there's a mistake here. SDG 3 is supposed to be mental health and well-being, and SDG 7 is affordable and clean energy. Yes. Then our relevant SDG targets were that by 2030, we should reduce by 1/3 premature mortality from non-communicable diseases through prevention and treatment, and promote mental health and well-being. Here, our focus is on the mental health and well-being part. That's we want to ensure that every requirement that will be collected by students or by requirement engineers should promote mental health and promote general well-being. Then our second target that we chose is to expand infrastructure and upgrade technology for supplying modern and sustainable energy services for all in developing countries. in particular least developed countries, small island developing states, and landlocked developing countries, in accordance with their respective programs of support. So the new short description that we came up with is defining, documenting, and maintaining requirements that prioritize energy efficiency, sustainable energy access, and health promoting software systems, ultimately attributing to a more sustainable, healthy, and equitable future. So basically what we're saying is that maintaining requirements that focus on energy efficiency, sustaining energy, and also helps in promoting health. So now, moving to our reflection. For the knowledge and understanding learning objective, we said the students should find and prioritize requirements. Students should be able to find, collect, and prioritize requirements. And our way of instruction is the flipped classroom method, and we'll be assessing through assignments. Then we also said students should be able to write requirement specifications from the lens of the SDGs. That students should be able to write requirement specifications that show, that help to, that sustains energy and promotes the mental health of people and their well-being. Students should also be able to, students should also know sustainable focus requirement engineering. So at the end of this course, they should know sustainable focus requirement engineering. And our way of instruction is project-based, in-class questions, and our assessments will be class exercises, exams, and in-class tests. Then for competence and skills, we believe that students should be able to design use cases that support mental health and well-being of end users, using the requirements that they collected already. They should be able to model sustainability-focused requirements, and students should be able to simulate, analyze, and redesign a software requirement specification that reflects our specific sustainability development goals, which are the SDG 3 and 7. And our way of assessing is the simulations and case studies, peer review and collaboration, like pair projects, and then hands-on lab exercises. And we'll be assessing through peer review, case study analysis, and portfolio assessments. Then for the judgment and approach learning objective, we said that students should be capable of arguing and comparing functional and non-functional requirements, gathering approaches that support SDGs. We said that we have like two major approaches, which is the traditional approach and the agile approach. So after the students have gathered the knowledge and after they've acquired the skills, then they should be able to argue and compare functional and non-functional requirements. And our way of assessing this is case-based learning. And way of assessment is reflective essays or reports. This is where we stopped. Thank you.
Very much. A round of applause for that group as well. As a matter of fact, a round of applause for all the groups. So, comment, Dr. Ekpinimo, any comment?
To bring this down home, what is how do we incorporate this into our new curriculum? Because the university is having a new curriculum now that we call CC Maths, which is starting with the 100 level students, And when we are looking at this, we have not really talked about the maintenance aspect, of most of these things. Take, for example, when we talk about software sustainability or development, there are some things that are key. Take, for example, it must involve everybody. Imagine that we are using our WhatsApp. If you look at WhatsApp, WhatsApp requires very little energy. It is being accessible by all. Now let us look at a system that we can have like that in the university, maybe something like our LMS, you know, that is going to be so easy like that, that everybody will have access to, and it requires less power, you know, and most things like that. So when we have all these things, how do we maintain them? You know, because it's possible we might design most of these things, you know, all these softwares to use. How do we maintain them? You know, because that's how to sustain them and make sure that they are always, you know, within the system. And the basic thing is that when we are making this, just like I've said, there are some things that we need to look at. We need to look at the software requirements, you know, for such software for teaching. We also need to look at maybe the design, the software development, programming, you know, most things like that. But however, I have some questions here, which I believe anybody in the audience can answer. I want to know why it is very important, you know, to integrate sustainability into the existing sustainability engineering model or systems engineering module. Why is it very important now that we need to do this? Can anybody answer from the audience? Why is it extremely important, you know, to integrate sustainability into the existing software engineering modules, you know? Like what you have developed, why do we need to, you know, incorporate sustainability into that system? Thank you.
Not taking much of our time, I would say when we like incorporate sustainability into what we are currently working on, it makes us come up with products that are eco-friendly. And eco-friendly products, we reduce carbon footprint and high power consumption. Thank you, sir.
One thing I said the other time is we need to put the students to understand to be eco-conscious. And by being eco-conscious, we must let them know that a bad software equals to more use of energy usage, and it brings about carbon emission, large carbon emission. So we must let them be conscious about what will actually happen about when sustainability goals is not really met. So I think putting it into the syllabus will actually do a lot of work. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. That should be the last.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about it helps us reduce costs in production. So when we put that before building up the software models, it can help us in terms of cost reduction.
So what I was able to say the other time is about the maintenance. And I just want to ask, what is the role of software maintenance in sustainability? You know, because if we design all this, how do we maintain? You know?
Okay.
Okay, all right. It's okay.
Thank you.
So we don't want to waste our time because we can see that we are tired already. Let's quickly move to the last part. And the last part talks about that's discussion, assessment, and evaluation of student sustainability competence. Is it? Okay.
Oh, okay. Is it? Let me take over that.
Okay.
Thank you very much to each of the group. Discrete mathematics, thank you for that. Project management, thank you for your input, and also requirement engineering, thank you for your input. Looking at time, and also the fact that some of you are also coming from a long distance, and we shouldn't just continue with activities without having the goal achieved. So I would say we wrap up this section with some reflection from each group. What have you learned today regarding how to embed sustainability into your courses? So you can take insight from what you've done to say within requirement engineering, or you can also talk about your own course that you're teaching. How would you embed that into your course? What ideas did you get in terms of reflection? And for the students, also, what have you taken from today's section that you would like to discuss with your lecturer to say, can you also have this as part of our course module? So it's open for the floor. Anybody can start. I can start. As for me, I've also learned from this section that I should go back and also revise my course learning outcome, because I was a bit shy when I saw her template, and I'm like, I think I have not done enough to make it clear to my students. And I would go back, use this template to revise my requirement engineering learning outcome, to revise my capstone project course learning outcome. B.
I would like to state that that is also true for some of my syllabi. So when I was making the template for you to have an easier time to do it, I realized, oh, I don't think I've fully described all of these things for my courses either. So it might be a good reminder for all of us, and I'm very happy to hear, and Yari was pointing to the same thing, that we can always make it a bit more clear. And maybe you've learned additional things in the group conversation about that today.
I'll continue on that, because now Shola was saying, adding a lot more things. But then again, when I was listening to you and seeing that you aim to put everything over there, so sometimes less is more. So be punctual, okay, you are doing this and you are doing this well. You don't have to do everything. That's kind of my takeaway from here, that being more precise, what I want to do, how I want to do, but not everything.
Yes. Okay. I learned that to actually carry out a particular task, you need to have a problem-solving ability to carry out that task. And also, I learned that, based on what I learned from my own, what we did today, is that discrete maths is like the foundation on how to think as a software engineer, to build application that is actually sustainable and help humanity and environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to add to what my teammate just said, so for today, reflecting back from what we discussed, like, I'm a student, but I'll be talking like an educator. So I'll be able to learn better on way of instruction, like how to, our learning objectives, how can we communicate it to the students to make sure that they get what we are trying to communicate, and also how to assess them. Like, I try to reflect back to when I was in undergraduate, so I feel that we are not properly assessed. So, but from this group conversation, looking at the group team assessment, the budget praise, and also what he said in the morning about the flipped classrooms and the rest, so we can better assess our students in various ways and not just the traditional way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other person before we call it a day? Okay. Okay. Maybe if, okay. All right. Quickly, because of time.
Good afternoon, everyone. So basically, I'm just thinking about sustainability and internally, because I'm looking at every one direction, looking at only at the environmental aspect of it. But is that the only aspect of sustainability? You talk about energy. There are still other aspects. Talking about the economy, talking about the people themselves, individual. So basically what I have learned today is looking at the looking at the viability of any product that you want to develop in the future, because there are costs that will be incurred in anything we are doing. So if you not think about the sustainability of that process or product, then there will be a CAPEX loss. Then it's like you want to start investing again, because you didn't really plan, or you didn't really embedded sustainability to your projects. So even though you build anything and it affects the environment, at the end you have to, start rebuilding a project that will not affect. So we have to incorporate sustainability in every aspect. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. I think
Yes.
we have come to the end
Yes.
of the program.
Yes.
But however, for me as a teacher, it has given me
Thank you so much, Dr. Ekwinema. Also, I've also been able to learn how to structure my learning objectives now, because the template gives a kind of holistic view of what you are to give to the students, and taking into cognizance the Bloom's taxonomy, so which is normally omitted when we're looking. Yes, so that is a given. So even what you've done is like a first draft. You can still improve on what you have just done. Is a good start, and with time you perfect on such work. Because, like he said, it's good to hear from the student. Know what you want, then it's going to be a two-way street, and everybody is going to be happy at the end of the day. So, on the last note, Prof, do you have any last, a round remark? Just a remark to wrap up.
Closing remarks. First of all, thank you for everybody for participating this day and working actively on those renewal of your courses or integrating the sustainability in there. I saw really a lot of activity here, and tomorrow we will definitely continue and start looking at some assessment issue as well as building up a full programs and curricula as such. I hope you enjoyed your time here, you learned something. At least I saw a lot of action over there and saw really nice outcomes of your workshop. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So thank you for that. So tomorrow there's going to be a slight adjustment, and we implore you to come early. We are going to start 10 because we understand the traffic situation and what, but let's make it 10 sharp so that we won't delay. We just start. Okay? So 10 o'clock. Then at the end of the program, you are going to get certificates. So, and that depends on your participation and attendance. So you must have some level of attendance before you can now qualify for the certificate.
Adding to what you are going to also give us or tell us what you have gained from this training session.
Exactly. So there's going to be like a survey. So you can tell us what you've gained, then you can comment on the organization and whatever so that we can serve you better in subsequent summer school like this.
So thank you everyone. We thank our friends and sons from abroad. Thank you for your time, even for partnering us. And we also thank the University Authority too.
Yes, of course.
For giving us this opportunity and our colleagues
Yes.
and students that are here.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. Tomorrow is another day.
And those online, we appreciate those online who took the patience to wait. So we appreciate you. A round of applause for them. They are still around. Thank you, and well done. You are also going to be certificated based on your attendance?
Yes, online.
Online. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
So, good day.